Now if you play with my skrilla, my paper scratching all that, I guarantee you gon' bleed. Don't play that crap on your back. I'm in the rush to get money. I'm on the bus, that ain't funny. You in the car like a star. Can't play me for no damn dummy. I bust your windows and Lexus, crush your rings and your necklaces. Man, I show you what hectic is, and I show you what reckless is. I just came for what's mine. That other stuff you can keep it, but I want every dime. This can be our secret. Ain't no need to get violent. Don't you read fools, I'm silent. No police and no sirens. Keep the peace for no firing. If you don't give me my property, I'ma deal with you properly. I guess you see yourself rich and see me living in poverty. I can't take it impatient. Too much time is just wasted. Look, I'm trying to be patient, but look at what I'm facing. So enough with the nonsense, and to hell with my conscience. Man, you got what's mine, and that's gonna lead to some pride. I'm in a rush to get paid, so trust you touching the grave. I feel like busting your head, it ain't much to be said. I'm in a rush to get paid, so trust you touching the grave. I feel like busting your head, it ain't much to be said. Now with the paper comes problems, and when there's problems I solve them. Niggas show off when they're rich, no wonder why niggas rob them. But no, not me. I stay low key with my feet, from my head down to my knees, all the way back down to my feet. Y'all niggas fake like a jewelry. I stay awake, you can't fool me. When I'm down on my luck, money talks like the movie. So if you see me in all black, and then I'm attacking and slapping these niggas, slacking and lacking. I send them home to get packed. I'm making moves with assassins. You make what move is gon' happen. This thing that we call rapping is keeping me from collapsing. I'm staying on top of my game. I'm getting props, say my name, just get my platinum plaques. You can keep your damn chains. I ain't gon' die for no dollars. I don't get high, so I bother, nigga. I lead, I don't follow. So when you see me, just holler. I'm common knowledge, I got it. It's a must, you can't stop it. And when it comes down to profit, I keep it deep in my pocket. I'm in a rush to get paid, so trust you touching the grave. I feel like busting your head, it ain't much to be said. I'm in a rush to get paid, so trust you touching the grave. I feel like busting your head, it ain't much to be said. Now give me the pennies, the nickels, the quarters, dollars, and dimes. I spit it so lyrical, you just gotta follow my rhymes. I'm standing tall like a statue, you ever fall, I'ma catch you. Gotta give it my all, man, I got you. Don't ever pause as I have to. Man, I'm just cracking my knuckles. Buckle up, just fasten your buckles. Gotta get some cash in my knuckles. Hustle up, being black is a struggle, but I don't blame it on people. Every day just seems like a sequel. Anywhere we supposed to be equal, but ain't they calling us evil? There ain't gon' never be peace. People forever deceased, all in a rush to get paid, staying away from police. When I build my money back up, everybody know me, what's up? Now tell me, where was you at when I was stuck out of luck? You see how quick people change, but see I'm slick, I peep game. You see I see through the rain, but can you see through the fame? I ain't adapting to rapping, rapping adapting to me. I'm taking over this thing that we call the rap industry. I'm in a rush to get paid, so trust you touching the grave. I feel like busting your head, it ain't much to be said. I'm in a rush to get paid, so trust you touching the grave. I feel like busting your head, it ain't much to be said. Better get out my face, I drop you like the crime rate. See I'm real and I ain't fake, don't test my mental mind state. Strictly what the game needs, you can try but can't be. I know you mad and not glad, probably cause you ain't me. Miss me with that trash talk, might end up in the trash can. Put you in the trash bag and toss you to the trash man. In the south where niggas bout, running all up in your house. Better take another route, I slap the taste about your mouth. See me and think things cool, till I act a damn fool. Clock and watch your every move, I stand steps ahead of you. See me man, I'm too nice, that might change tonight. On the scene is flashing red and blue light. Talking in the background, but so quick to back down. I ain't Rey Mysterio, but yo, I lay the smack down. Being silent in my nature, but I might assassinate you. Infiltrator, instigator, damn I really hate a hater. Yeah, I got a heart, but I'll stop your ass from breathing. I don't even need a gun, all I'm needing is a reason. Yeah, I got a heart, but I'll stop your ass from breathing. I don't even need a gun. All I'm needing is a reason. Verse number 2, let's go. Time to let this nigga know all the stress on my chest, but hell, I ain't gon' let it show. In the search for better days, revenge, there is no better way. I ain't in church on Sunday, I don't care what the reverend say. I'm spiritual and lyrical, oftentimes I'm physical. Competition pitiful, like sinners in search for miracles. Find me with an evil grin, breathe what I'm believing in. You wonder should we end it all, I wonder where do we begin. Never friends, forever foes. Then again, you never know the future. I'm a trooper, I can't let it go. Feel me within every verse, expressing pain and really hurt. Disperse my anger when in danger, squeeze your neck until it bursts. Thinking with precision, so I'm making smart decisions. Don't wanna be like this, but I can't fight the way I'm feeling. This life I'm living got me trapped, knowing ain't no going back. Find it hard to just relax, but I hope to God I don't relapse. Yeah, I got a heart, but I'll stop your ass from breathing. I don't even need a gun, all I'm needing is a reason. Yeah, I got a heart, but I'll stop your ass from breathing. I don't even need a gun, all I'm needing is a reason. No time for conversation, speculation, even less for hesitation. Situation escalating, blame it on premeditation. Heart racing, and I'm pacing. Now it's time for confrontation, concentration, contemplation. Why you sweat like condensation? I'm rowdy and I'm buck, so what? I don't care what you throw up. I'm at your block without a clock. I bet you that you won't show up. I ain't afraid, I ain't scared, I'm still alive. I ain't dead, I hope you heard the words I said before this curve reached your head. Microphones, what I grip like mobile phones, I hold a chip. Yes, I do expect respect, and you can bet I get it quick. Getting tragic up in traffic if these faggots starting static. Keeping it real, keeping it real, all of that is automatic. Been my time to shine, I guess. Respect my mind, protecting it. Get out of line, we gon' connect. That's for trying my intellect. Told you niggas more than twice, wanted more, live your life. Well prepared to pay the price. What I got for you ain't nothing nice. Yeah, I got a heart, but I'll stop your ass from breathing. I don't even need a gun, all I'm needing is a reason. Yeah, I got a heart, but I'll stop your ass from breathing. I don't even need a gun, all I'm needing is a reason.
Do you really believe that garbage?
It's not about a believing, it's a matter of fact.
So you believe
people over here who run this nation support injustices over there. You probably don't even know what happened in the 1940s.
In any country, prison is where society sends its failures. But in this country, society itself is failing.
I'd like to punch him in the face, I'll tell you.
We won the evangelicals, we won with young, we won with old, we won with highly educated, we won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
You crazy.
Grab him by the pussy.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Let's go to war. Let's go to war.
We are not at war with Muslims.
Let's go to war.
We don't have a beef with Muslims.
Let's go to war.
We want to be friends with Muslims.
Let's go to war.
And Muslim children.
Let's go to war.
We fighting evil people. It's important for the boys and girls of Thurgood Marshall to know.
Let's go to war.
That we're fighting evil.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
Olivia Gonda says that I wanted to eat her pussy. Olivia Gonda, I've never said that in my life to her. I would never do that. I'm happily married. I've got more than enough to eat at home.
You have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black.
Okay.
I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay? It's like incredible.
I went to an Ivy League school. I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
We now have a gun on every table. We're ready to start shooting.
By the way,
way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the same man.
Sarcastically.
That was...
Even though they're trying to impeach the son of a bitch. Can you believe that? You believe that? That's enough. Put down the mic.
Mr. President, are you worried about indictments coming down in this investigation?
Punch him in the face, I'll tell you.
As a human under attack.
I don't want reality. I'm asking the question, which one is better? That's exactly what it is.
Got it on tape.
What a stupid son of a bitch.
Step into the tense arena of politics with TFP, where raw honesty meets critical analysis. The world's most dangerous political panel, featuring the voices of the radical Republican, MD-20, the political prophet amongst men, Ricardo, the uppity independent king of popcorn, who's waiting and watching in the political theater, Mike, the fatalist, who is always Mike is right from the other's gang, and Venkat, the progressive producer extraordinaire, dives deep into controversial topics that shape our global stage.
With sharp insights and unfiltered discussions,
they explore the complex narratives of past and present political dilemmas that affect us all.
They're eating the dogs.
Each episode acts as a magnifying glass, scrutinizing the layers of misinformation and propaganda that permeate our world. The panel's dynamic interplay ignites debates that challenge viewers to confront uncomfortable truths about governance, power, and societal responsibility.
Engage with thought-provoking content that not only informs, but inspires action.
TFP is not just a series. It is a call to awareness, urging audiences to participate in the political discourse and foster change in their communities.
Now get ready to witness the strength of tape-fist politics.
How stupid are these politicians to allow this to happen?
Everything you saw on the news is sucker shit. It's sucker shit. Nation, make sure that people like us are always struggling and in fucked up situations. We're gonna beat these people. I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but it's been a hard fight. These people hate our children.
First of all, address the recent story that has broken in the news. Yesterday, we stunningly learned that senior members of this administration, and according to reports, two of our witnesses here today were members of a group chat that discussed highly sensitive and likely classified information that supposedly even included weapons packages, targets, and timing, and included the name of an active CIA agent. Putting aside for a moment that classified information should never be discussed over an unclassified system, it's also just mind-boggling to me that all these senior folks were on this line and nobody bothered to even check. Security Hygiene 101. Who are all the names? Who are they? Well, it apparently included a journalist. And no matter how much the Secretary of Defense or others want to disparage him, this journalist had at least the ethics to not report, I think, everything he heard.
Added to a group of seemingly very, very high national security officials of the United States. I think that this is a spoof. I had actually mistakenly been included in a conversation of the Principals Committee, essentially the leaders of the national security community, including the head of the CIA, in this discussion of whether the Houthis should be attacked in Yemen.
I don't know anything about it. It couldn't have been very effective because the attack was very effective. I can tell you that. I don't know anything about it. You're telling me about it for the first time.
You're talking about a deceitful and highly discredited
so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes time and time again, nobody was texting war plans. And that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
He can say that it wasn't a war plan, but it was a minute by minute accounting of what was about to happen.
Just then, by sheer coincidence, a few moments later,
they had a much different response when they accused Hillary Clinton of a security breach. Take a look.
You most certainly know you shouldn't be talking about it or passing it on in an email. It's complete recklessness and incompetence.
People have gone to jail for 1/100th of what, even 1/1000th of what Hillary Clinton did.
Mishandling classified information is still a violation of the Espionage Act.
In my administration, I'm going to enforce all laws concerning the protection of classified information. No one will be above the law.
Sir, the question is...
Bruh. 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 Bruh.
We will have the best and brightest in every position possible. As you said in your inaugural, it is colorblind and merit-based. The best leaders possible, whether it's flying Black Hawks and flying airplanes, leading platoons, or in government. The era of DEI is gone at the Defense Department, and we need the best and brightest, whether it's in our air traffic control, or whether it's in our generals, or whether it's throughout government.
My administration has taken action to abolish all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense. And these are policies that were absolute nonsense throughout the government and the private sector. With the recent yet somewhat unexpected great Supreme Court decision just made, America will once again become a merit-based country.
A merit-based country. Right. On his first day back in the Oval Office, Donald Trump signed an executive order ending what he called, quote, radical and wasteful diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in federal agencies. It's unclear how many workers ultimately will be affected, but what is evident is the impact this will have on the government and the country. Trump's actions echo President Woodrow Wilson's then unprecedented segregation of federal offices in 1913. There was no official law, no executive order, just guiding policy. But that policy led to blacks being segregated or just summarily dismissed from federal positions nationwide. For example, in 1914, Wilson required a photo from all federal job applicants to make it easier for racial screening. And those black workers who managed to keep their jobs, they were often subjected to inhumane and degrading treatment. In an open letter to Wilson, W.E.B. Du Bois wrote, quote, "We are told that one colored clerk who could not actually be segregated on account of the nature of his work has consequently had a cage built around him to separate him from his white companions of many years." Take a second to let that sink in. A cage. Wilson later defending his racist policies to a group of black professionals, saying in part, quote, "Segregation is not humiliating, but a benefit and ought to be so regarded by you gentlemen." In 1948, President Harry Truman signed an executive order banning segregation in federal civil service, but the damage was already done and it continues to this day. While more than 18% of federal workers are black, they only comprise 11.7% of management positions, with white employees being twice as likely to be promoted to management in some agencies. The wealth gap between federal black and white workers sits at 15.6%. And as late as February of 2023, about 4 in 10 federal black workers say that they've experienced discrimination or have been treated unfairly at work because of their race or ethnicity.
Administration is it's having a decades-old ripple effect. The federal government no longer explicitly prohibits contractors from having segregated restaurants, waiting rooms, and drinking fountains.
Yeah, the segregation clause is one of several identified in a public memo issued by the General Services Admission last month, affecting all civil federal agencies. Legal experts say this change to contradicts contracts to across all the federal government is significant. They're saying that there are protections that are still in place even when you've removed this here. But what people are talking about is a precedent that this could set and what could come next. That's what people are worried about.
Concerns growing after the Trump administration removed a segregation ban for federal contractors.
Yeah, this is all part of the president's mission to eliminate anything related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And this has some worried about the civil rights protections. Our Candace Cole is in Northwest at GSA headquarters this morning with details on this. Candace, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, the Trump administration has effectively lifted an explicit ban preventing segregated facilities in workplaces. This comes after the president signed an executive order back in January repealing a 1965 executive order aimed at stopping hiring discrimination. Now, according to a recent memo from the General Services Administration that was first reported on by NPR, federal contractors have been directed to remove several clauses from new contracts that fall under the federal acquisition regulation from its contracts that aren't, quote, consistent with the direction of the president. Now, one of those clauses is the prohibition of segregated facilities clause, meaning anything from workspaces, restaurants, but contractors still must adhere to provisions covered under the Civil Rights Act and non-discrimination those around affirmative action compliance and equal opportunity. Now, many consider the changes to be largely symbolic, but some federal agencies have already adopted the new language. A recent notice from the NIH explicitly states equal opportunity will not be considered when making a...
Tonight on TFP, the stage is set for another exhilarating exploration of politics with this episode. Join Ricardo, Venkat, MD20, and Mike as they delve into the dynamics that shape our world, offering their unique perspectives on current affairs, with debate and discourse at the forefront. Expect a lively exchange filled with insightful analysis and bold predictions.
Military websites as well.
Join us for a night where knowledge meets passion, and discover why Mike is right. Tune in for an unforgettable experience with the political prophet amongst men. This is TFP, Taped Fists Politics. Let's go.
All right, here we are, Tuesday, TFP Tuesday. This is Venkat, and I am back again with the world's most dangerous political panel. And tonight on the panel, of course, we got MD20. What's going on, MD? MD, I think your mic is muted.
Okay. Oh, my bad. Yeah, peace. What's going on? What's happening?
All right. All right. Also on the panel today, we got Mr. Others themselves, Mike. What's going on, Mike?
What the hell's going on?
I don't know. It seems like he's, you remember that time when you were frozen? It seems like that Mike is frozen in time.
Is he in the bed? Look like he's in the bed.
I don't know. Hey, the guy just passed out. I mean, he works long hours. He works long, hard hours. So I'm not holding anything against him. Damn, where's Ricardo at? Ricardo was on the panel. He was on the panel. And anyway, tonight we're going to talk about the ultimate DEI hire, Pete Hegseth, as he bumbles and fumbles his way into history for all the wrong reasons. Tonight as well, we'll look at Trump's segregation, rolling back some segregation laws there. Also, like to talk about the Target boycott and how Target is getting their ass whooped by black people and others for sure. He's feeling the pinch. I believe they're down over a few $1 billion in sales as a result of the boycott. So that shows power in numbers. So let's start off with MD now. MD, what do you think about what we just covered here on the opening package? Pete Hegseth and Trump, quote unquote, his segregation rollback here.
Well, first I'll start off with the beginning of the video package. Of course, today they had the Senate Intelligence Committee hearing, which it's God putting in work, because lo and behold, they have this committee hearing scheduled, an intelligence committee hearing, and all this stuff happened over the weekend with the Atlantic article coming out. It's just it's divine intervention at its finest. Now, could it have been manufactured, and the guy Jeff Goldberg put that out, knowing that hearing was going to happen? Because I believe it was for an annual threat report that they was having that hearing for the intelligence community, and he probably just said, "Hey, look, man, I'm finna throw out my trap card and publish that article." Maybe it's divine intervention nonetheless, because they got grilled in that hearing. I watched it in full. Tulsi Gabbard didn't answer no question whatsoever in regards to any validity to what was being said. What was it? A clear violation of national security? Of course. Like, it don't take a smart person to know that. You on a encrypted app, albeit, but it's for public use. It don't take a smart person to know that you don't supposed to be talking about strike plans on a public app. I mean, it's really nothing to talk about. In any other administration, this would lead to mass resignations, possibly prosecution of some sort as it relates to espionage or Federal Records Act. Somebody will be going before a grand jury because of this. In a normal world, that would be happening right now. It seems like every week we get on TFP and we talk about just the crimes that are being committed in real time with these people in this cabinet, and it just continue to happen. John Ratcliffe don't know what the hell going on. Like, he just there. He just there. I don't understand. Damn, you just went big, man. I don't know what the hell just happened. There you go. Okay. Like, in a real world. No, you good. In a real world, this would be like the scandal of the century. Like, this is Watergate. This is Benghazi. This is Hillary Clinton email all rolled up to one. And the fact that, it's just like as if nothing happened. Not only as if nothing happened, let's deny, and put all the onus on the person that was added to the call. Let's put all the onus on him and try to discredit his publication. Try to discredit the work that he puts into the publication. Let's do that. Folks, this is a classic symptom of gaslight. Classic symptom. John Ratcliffe, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that's incredible that they would even go there, and Pete Hegseth denying everything. It's just so ridiculous, as it's clearly proven.
Pete Hegseth should be out of a job today. He should be out of a job, because he's the one that's leading the charge when it comes to the Houthi campaign in Yemen. It's him. Now, did he initiate the actual conversation in the thread? I don't know. They haven't revealed that information. Did he add the journalist? No, he didn't. That was Mike Walls, the national security advisor. That was John Bolton's old spot. He should be gone. Like, he should be the first, because it was him that caused this whole fiasco. But at the end of the day, that was Pete Hegseth's operation. as far as giving out loadout of weaponry, all time, all of that. That's Pete Hegseth that did that. He should be gone. He should be gone. In a normal world, they would have subpoenaed him in front of a special committee, whether it was the House or the Senate, and they would have grilled the hell out of him, and they would have got him up out of there. That's just a fact. They would have got him up out of there, but this is not a real world that we live in right now. It's just not. In regards to the segregation thing, y'all know the spiel that I do as far as what I feel about certain parameters around what we call DEI. I don't believe in DEI. We are not a colorblind society. Yet the Constitution is clear in its colorblind. That's just a fact. You can feel how you want to feel about it. We're not a colorblind society based on the fact that everybody got the right to not be colorblind. The federal government don't got that right. They just don't. They the thing that they're using, if you notice the codes that they're filing up under and reneging on a lot of these summations when it comes to certain federal rights, it's not under our regular civil code. It's under federal code. That's a different can of worms. Trump and that administration know exactly what they're doing. They know they can get away with this stuff based on the fact that it can't be litigated under any type of civil rights law because it's the federal government that's doing it. That makes it even worse because everything that resides within law is held dearly and protected under the Constitution, which is the federal government. So they know exactly what they're doing. It's just going to take the right people to litigate it the correct way. DEI stands for black people, y'all. Just not
MD broke up. He broke up.
I broke
up. Say what you were just saying again. You were saying DEI stands for black people.
Oh, yeah, DEI stands for black folk. Let's not get it twisted. Am I still breaking up?
No, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, DEI stands for black people. Don't get that twisted. The federal parameters of federal code, because they know that don't reflect the civil codes that me and you must follow. So they know exactly what they're doing. It's going to take the right people to litigate it correctly to make that distinction between civil and federal. So that's where we at right now. This what Trump and Hegseth are doing within the DOD, within certain federal administrations, don't affect me and you. That don't mean that we shouldn't put it.
Oh, MD got clipped off. Trump must have got him. Oh, man. All right, so while we wait for MD to come back, I've never seen that before, that circle just going around and around. We have also on the panel, we got Ricardo back on. What's going on, Ricardo?
Hey, y'all, what's good? I'm here. I think I'm terrible zone, so I might chip in and out as well. But I'm here just to touch on the video on the top of the hour as well. It's very shocking to see how Hillary was prosecuted, not even really prosecuted, but she was really bombarded when she didn't do the safe server thing. And then all of a sudden now we're hearing crickets on the party that's in power right now. This is incompetence. You cannot play around with national security. And I blasted Hillary when it happened, and I'm going to blast these ones as well. And Gilbert knows better too, because she's now a part of this moronic team. But you can't play around. Their memo is to always do, we're gonna this barge and say terrible things about people. This is not one of those things where an accredited reporter was in your chat and nobody thought, just like the committee is basically bombarded and saying, what were you guys doing? Like, you guys didn't call the mind to think in Signal, who is on the list. Like, you actually have an active CIA agent on your list, and nobody thought to do the checks and verify and vet. This is crazy. I don't know what we're doing, but this is scary times because, God knows what could have been, in that sensitive information that they were posting around on that safe chat that they think they were involved in. But all in all, that's crazy. And DEI, just to throw it out there, this summarizes, is it always sounds black. The most beneficial people that benefited from DEI is white women. And it's funny to hear them now cry, talk about how comes nobody is like saying anything, nobody's standing up, because this ain't our fight no more. We sick and tired. We have overcome, yes, but we're regressing. So we don't got time for this. Y'all fight your battles and figure it out. And once y'all figure it out, then we'll try to jump back in. But nobody got time for it. So once y'all figure out, because most of the majority of this country voted for this nonsense, we're going back into 2.0. Y'all figure this out. We don't got time to jump into y'all foolishness. And don't try to bring in black women into this because they're tired too. So we'll see.
Hey, am I back? I don't know what the hell just happened.
Keep telling you, Elon Musk don't like us.
I don't know what the like. I could hear everything that y'all. I was just frozen time. I don't know what the hell.
The frozen in time thing is just crazy.
I don't know what happened just now. That's crazy. But yeah, to Ricardo's point, it's a good thing to say that y'all got to figure this out when it comes to black people, right? Because at the end of the day, just think about it like this. Let's just look at it from a per capita standpoint. We're talking about Washington, D.C. A lot of black people live in that DMV area. We know that for a fact. A lot of black people have established themselves economically off being federal workers, right? You look at places like Prince George County, Maryland, that Northern Virginia area, substantial growth when it comes to the black population. You take that away, where's that critical work that's done in Washington, D.C.? Where's it going to go? So you're telling me white people from all around the country going to come to D.C.? They don't want to be there, first and foremost, unless they in a high-ranking position, like Pete Hegseth. You know what I'm saying? You think Pete Hegseth want to be in Washington? He don't. Not at all. Hell, half of them ain't there half the time anyway. So let's just keep it a buck. This country, as far as like the cogs in the machine, for the most part, are centralized based off the work of black folks in Washington, D.C. in those bureaucratic positions. That's just a fact. You take that away, you'll see how much of a crumbling infrastructure that we really got. You'll see it. Because ain't nobody else gonna do the work. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. If you want to look at it from a progressive standpoint, yeah, those people should have protection in a federal infrastructure to be able to maintain that stability within that particular workforce. That's just a fact. So, and that's coming from me. I don't even believe in union. But in the aspect of making sure that certain parts of that particular government industry is protected, so be it. So be it.
But I just want to chime in also on this as well, MD, to add to your point. I'm more focused and more worried about the national security aspect of this. So what if China, the Republic of China government or private Chinese company decided to recruit these so-called now terminated federal employees? We do realize that there's a lot of top secret information that they could now try to bribe or use money to try to get these people to try to divulge a lot of information that is top secret national security issues. Is this Trump administration really thinking about the long-term effects of what this, because we're now in the information war age. Like AI was one thing. If you remember that AI thing we had, I think a couple months back, this is serious times. Like, I don't think that the American people are aware of how much damage has been done. And I'm more concerned now as for like the People's Republic of China and it's now intels that are all over the place. Because remember, they're very smart. They know how to get people to like, whether it be money or whatever it is. Hey, we could get you to come over, and as long as you tell us what it is that you were working on, tell us all this. all that little finite, minute detailment is stuff that could help them benefit in the long run. So my concern now is what is happening to these people that are now desperate, who are now unemployed, if these small, Chinese intels that are like companies or whatever you want to call them, because, they hide under certain banners, now decide to go to like a person that's like really desperate and say, hey, we're going to give you 100,000 if you could tell us what you were working on in the federal side of the government. That's
give an example. Give an example of a department that you're talking about. Because
right.
I know exactly what you're saying, but I just want to specify.
So let's go there. So say for instance you're talking about people work in the Pentagon, or it's a long shot, but anything that deals with defense, or because anything that we're working on in terms of reconnaissance meaning like spy items, so like the latest updated version of an aircraft, or the latest technology that now adds into the whole aspect of this AI. When you now have people that used to be working on those projects that no longer are employed, like in that DMV area that you talk about, and MD touching a very valid point, there's a lot of Black people that work in the DMV area. If these people are now unemployed and have no other means of supplying or supporting their families, and you have like a Chinese company come in and say, hey, listen, Max, we have, so and so, we could give you like 200,000 US dollars just for you to tell us, hey, what was the latest thing that you were working on a year ago? Was this like the latest battery, the latest, rocket fuel, whatever it was? Now China is going to use that information to now benefit themselves to progress even more further in terms of the information age that we're in. These are things that are long-term, could affect this country, like how it's now affecting us. We're not looking at it short-term, which is what this Trump administration is doing. Long-term wise, don't think China is sitting behind going, oh, we're just going to sit here. They're always one step ahead. And the same thing applies to Russia. All these countries know exactly what to do. This is not a war that's been just all of a sudden spurged out of nowhere. This has been for years. Like, it's who is one step ahead, always going to win the battle. So if this is the case where they're just going to fire people, think about what is the long-term effect that will now apply to people who are now literally now unemployed, who have no means to bring in revenue, now have to start with the unemployment line and have like a mortgage to pay and all this stuff that they have to pay, car bills, car notes, all this stuff. They're going to be desperate. And if you have a Chinese, like I said, you call them whatever you want to call them, satellite companies, businessmen, whatever, they're smart people that we know we fight in like an age of information. They will use anything to their benefits to recruit these people on this side and be like, tell us something that you've been working on, whether it be rocket, whether it be battery, whether it be, information tech. We will now give you something in return for you divulging that information. Now, they're not going to say it's like, oh, we're going to keep you quiet. It's more like, oh, so we'll give you this for that. Now, if you want to call that a Benedict Arnold syndrome, whatever you want to call it, many people have done it multiple times. So we've seen the end result of that. But desperate times calls for desperate measures. This administration does not think long-term. They never did. So the repercussions of all of this can summarize up in a long shot somewhere along the lines. And then there's the whole, safety aspect, the terrorism part, I could go on and on. You could call me a conspiracy theorist, but that's my thought process.
No, it's fine. I got what you're saying. So my answer to that would be, what's wrong with that? So I don't put any effort to try to downplay like the China situation. They should be able in this capitalist society that we live in. They should be able to cap off the United States losses when it comes to innovation and this is a globalist system that we live in. So I ain't got no problem with that. Why shouldn't they have the same stuff that we got? We can't innovate off of it? That's what I would say. And ultimately, who's gonna be the benefactor? The worker. So who gives a damn? Let them do it. That's just like Trump having this time when these guys coming over here to invest in infrastructure to build chips over here. What's that gonna do to Taiwan? That's gonna destroy Taiwan, kill them, and they don't even understand it. What leverage do Taiwan have staving off China from invading them right now? It's the chip game. because they got it on lock. Why would you give up something like that? Hold on, wait a minute. You want me to start building my chips in the United States, subsequently leaving my ass in the wind for China to come in here and take us over. That's the one chip, no pun intended, we got on the table. So why in the hell would I do that? Because everybody in the world needs this stuff that we're manufacturing right here. They not gonna mess with us. That's a fact. Why in the hell would I come to the United States and start building and leave my country out to dry? That's asinine. So when you think about it from the capitalist perspective, then you start to understand how everything get puts into play on this 3D chessboard that we got. That's just a fact. So let the chips fall. Again, no pun intended, as they may. That's what I say. Then you'll start to see a lot of exposure as when it comes to our true capability. But that's all I got, Venkat.
All right, thanks for MD. Ricardo, anything else on that? And also, how do you guys view this first little step with Trump with segregation? As far as, is this something to open up Pandora's box into more, or is this nothing to see here, or we have faith in the white 70-year-old mediocre white man? What do we see out of this?
You talking about as far as Textgate?
Yeah.
It's going to be nothing to see here. You see him doing it already. Deny, deny, deny. Ain't that Trump playbook? We already know this. Again, like I said earlier, in a reality devoid of Trump and all this crazy stuff that's going on right now, this will be a major scandal. Major. I'm talking about it'll be so many implications on the table as far as like the whole cabinet. They're going to have to redirect. People would be fired today if this was a reality. But you see that they're not. Trump, even so far as the went in the press conference that he did today to defend Mike Waltz. He was in the White House today. He was defending the man. I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. This dude is retarded. He put somebody that had no security clearance whatsoever for the stuff that y'all talking about, and put him in the group chat like it's no big deal.
Wow.
And you know how stupid that is? So it's a thing called Telegram. Telegram, WhatsApp, all this stuff work the same.
Yes,
even on WhatsApp. I know y'all get them just like I get them. How many times a month on WhatsApp do y'all have to delete out of group chats? What the hell is this? People trying to scam. Now, WhatsApp's supposed to be encrypted just like Signal. But yet you get all these scam group chats every so often.
Yep.
And you want to tell me that Signal is a secure system? Come on, get the hell out of Dodge, man. You ain't gonna play me like that.
So
you ain't gonna play me like that at all. Real quick, I want to answer Bones' question. He says, won't they just plug in immigrants to do the work for cheaper if blacks don't do it? Ain't gonna be no damn immigrants left, especially not in Washington D.C. It ain't. So you could try. You could try, and it's not the fact that blacks won't do it. Hell, at this point, they ain't letting us do it. So, hey, it is what it is.
Yep. Yeah. So just like MD said, Trump has a history of denying.
I didn't know Manafort well. He wasn't with the campaign long. I don't know Papadopoulos. I don't know him. I saw him sitting in one picture at a table with me. That's the only thing I know about him. I never met this woman. I never saw this woman. I know nothing about QAnon.
I just told you.
I know very little. You told me, but what you tell me doesn't necessarily make it fact. I don't know him very well. I have not spoken to him much. This is not a man I know well. Seems like a nice guy, though.
What? I have no idea what this is. I have no idea what Project 2025 is or who's behind it. Posting this on social media, quote, I disagree with some of the things they're saying, and some of the things they're saying are absolutely ridiculous and abysmal. Anything they do, I wish them luck, but I have nothing to do with them, end quote. I don't know her.
Yes, indeed. Trump deny. I don't know, Papa Doc. I saw him on a picture on a desk. That one always kills me. Ricardo, anything else on that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you hit it on the head. I mean, that's one of the first stages of gaslight. Deny it. Or say, here's a classic Trump trope. They say, I've heard. He say stuff like that before he say the lie. You know what I'm saying? Talking about this particular scandal that's going on right now. I've never I don't know anything about Signal. He called it a device today, like it's something that you put in your ear. I'm like, you think I'm supposed to believe that Trump don't know what the hell is going on? Half of the time on procedural issues, he probably don't. But he know exactly, because Trump follows the news. That's what he do. He know exactly what's going on. I don't know anything about Signal. You know, I don't know this Jeff Goldberg person. Then turn around and begin to demolish him, talking about it's a bad publication, blah, 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 this and that. He was part of the Russia. Trump knows what he's doing. This is gaslighting 101.
Yeah, that's classic.
For a hook, line, and sinker.
Every single time. They go out of their way to fall for it. Every single time. So Donald Trump was busy doing Trumpian things. Donald Trump went after lawyers. Let's take a look at this 3-minute clip.
Since his inauguration, President Trump has taken 145 executive actions, and many of them, as we've reported here on the Daily Report, have involved immigration, the shrinking of government, but some have also targeted law firms. The president has attacked those in the legal community who, in his opinion, engage in, quote, frivolous, unreasonable, and vexatious litigation against the United States. In an executive memo issued late Friday night, for example, President Trump authorized the Justice and Homeland Security departments to seek sanctions against any law firms or lawyers performing abuses of the legal system. He's also targeted several high-profile firms over the last few weeks. 3 of them, each with hundreds of employees, have ties with people who have worked on cases against President Trump, represent high-profile Democrats, or employ former Democratic White House officials. Perkins Coie LLP, for example, represents former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton and billionaire Democratic donor George Soros. In Trump's executive orders, he demands that security clearances be suspended for all 3 of these firms and that their federal contracts be suspended. For Perkins Coie LLP and another firm, Paul Weiss, their employees also face severe restrictions on entering government buildings. The responses from law firms targeted by Trump have ranged from striking a deal to fighting their own battle in court. Perkins Coie LLP sued over the executive order issued against them, and a federal judge partially blocked the order from going into effect. Trump rescinded the executive order issued against Paul Weiss after the firm agreed to look at its hiring practices and commit $40 million in pro bono legal services to support specific White House initiatives. For more, let's bring in CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson. She's a professor at Loyola Law School in Los Angeles. Jessica, does the president have the authority to target private law firms?
Well, it depends on how, and I hate to give that answer, but that's why you see Perkins Coie, for instance, suing and getting that partial block on the executive directive that was directed at them, where the argument is they're being unfairly targeted, and that the president cannot single-handedly say, I'm revoking your ability essentially to do business. I'm revoking your ability to go into certain federal government buildings, to have certain clearances that allow you to work with certain clients. And I think what we're seeing here are 2 things happening in parallel. One is this legal question of how much a president can target any law firm. And let's be clear, none of these law firms have faced sanctions from, for instance, a state bar or a federal judge for their actions. And then separately, how much these law firms really want to fight the administration and how much they want to try to, in the case of Paul Weiss, maybe really make more of a deal than go to federal court and say, we're fighting this.
President Trump was asked about his actions against these law firms Monday. Here's some of what he said.
I just think that the law firms have to behave themselves. And we've proven that. We have others that want to make a settlement also. They having to do with the election and other things, they behaved very badly, very wrongly. And I appreciate the one, these are the biggest firms. And they all came back realizing that they did wrong.
All right, there he is. So pretty much Trump is saying that the law firms have been behaving very badly. Let's see. This guy is the first convicted felon to win the presidency, was balls deep in lawsuits. Now he becomes president. All of a sudden, he's attacking lawyers. MD, what do you think here?
Yeah, so this is bad, folks. This is bad. Again, a laundry list of things that are clear violation of the Constitution. This is probably one of the biggest. Clear violation of the Fifth Amendment with this. No due process of giving reasoning behind and also prosecuting based on the fact that you believe that these law firms did something that was in violation of any code or any law. Clear violation of Fifth Amendment due process. Just because you're mad, I believe with the Perkins and Coie situation, I don't know if you look at Democracy Docket with what's the guy's name? Mark Elias. He was one of the big guys over there at Perkins Coie before he launched Democracy Docket. We know the history behind Trump bashing Mark Elias. Mark Elias was, I believe, he was the head of the legal team of Hillary Clinton when the whole Russia thing was happening. Mark Elias was right in the thick of it. When he said, "I'm your retribution," this is what he was talking about. This is exactly what he was talking about. Going after the people that, quote unquote, wronged him, despite whether they break the law or not. These are impeachable offenses. Just keep that in mind. Impeachable offenses. I'm telling you, once Democrats get back power, hopefully it's in 2026, the first thing they need to do is compile all this information together and make a case to file articles of impeachment. That's just a fact. Because this is huge for democracy itself. Saying that you're just going to cut off somebody's security clearance just because you don't like them. Essentially, that's what this is. Same thing with Covington and Burley. Now, Paul Weiss, they folded. Paul Weiss folded and offered to give X amount of millions of dollars in legal defense to the Trump administration just to have on just to have it. A retainer. That's crazy. All because you want to keep your business in DC going and not be like Perkins and Coie and fight. If all these big wig law firms get together that's in Washington, they can beat Trump easily because they know they got winnable cases. They know it. But they scared of, it's almost like know when to hold them, know when to fold them. It's sad that you got to play that type of game in the political world, but that's exactly what some of these companies are doing. Perkins and Coie is going to win they lawsuit. I'm going to tell you, and this is a microcosm of a grand issue. The United States is going to be paying reparations to a lot of people, except for black folk. That's a fact. I'm telling you that now. They're going to pay reparations to these law firms. They're going to pay reparations to these fired federal employees. They're going to pay reparations to these people they're sending off to El Salvador that don't supposed to be there. They're going to pay reparations to Mahmoud that he don't supposed to be there. I seen the one Asian lady they targeted now that was from Colombia. They paying reparations, folks. Hold a ticket for something that shouldn't even happen there. But we paying reparations out the ass when this is all said and done.
Literally.
When it's all said and done, that's exactly what. And this is sad. Every last one of them that's in DC right now, that whole cabinet need to get the hell out of here. That's just a fact. And that's all I got to say about that.
All right. Thanks, MD. Ricardo, what are your thoughts here on Donald Trump looking for revenge against lawyers and law firms all across the place here? What are your thoughts?
Absolute power corrupts, absolutely. And one of the things that scares me, well, it shouldn't scare me, but one of the things that irks my spirit and my soul is these companies, like MD mentioned, being not companies, these law practices and established means of places that know better in terms of litigation wise are terrified of this damn fool. Are you kidding me right now? Like that was the time I need, and don't get me twisted. There's a lot of people that are in the know that knows how to literally fight this man. I think they're either waiting for the right time to strike, or they're just trying to get their P's and Q's or T's crossed, and their I's dotted and everything, just in case. I don't think. I think for us, I think it's just. I think for a lot of people that are here in the now are literally going, okay, so why is nobody doing anything? I think don't take it the wrong way, but I think a lot of people are actually getting ready to put up their armor in terms of what they're going to be up against. Remember, we've seen this before. The playbook is not new with Trump. His administration is not new. So I think there's going to be a lot of things where you're going to see a lot of people now coming into the know and getting their act together, and they're going to strike at the right time. I think he needs to be very careful. And I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. Absolute power corrupts, absolutely. I think he's not learning. I think it's all revenge for him on his part. And for you to tell judges and lawyers to be, they're not, whatever. What did he say? I can't even remember what he said, because most of the times he sounds so moronic to me.
Well, I know Donald Trump tried to impeach a judge. I mean, if a Democrat president was doing half of this, oh my God, it would be over. My goodness.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Even Republicans are like pissed off that he tried to impeach that judge.
And not only trying to impeach, he's forgetting checks and balances, which is another, again, civics is very important. You do not overstep your bounds, but then it's not the first time in history that we've seen this. So it doesn't surprise me. But what I will say is, Democrats, when you guys stop doing your infighting, because we know there's a lot between Pelosi, Schumer, and AOC and Bernie Sanders. There's a lot going on right now, but I need everyone to now get their act together for midterms 2026. When that time comes, I expect everybody in full cooperation here, including some of the Republicans that are terrified in terms of losing their seats, to get their act together. It's not that I'm MD, correct me if I'm wrong. Is it possible to impeach him again? I don't know, but
you can impeach as many times as you want. It's all about getting them convicted in the Senate.
And
that's the problem.
And that's the issue.
Because you need 2/3 for that.
I think he will. I think they more than likely will get the numbers in place to get him. If they can't get him, I've always said this: they're going to get one of his kids, and I will say it again because it's not impossible to. I think he's towing a very fine line between arrogance and he's towing that line of I'm very revengeful and I can get whatever I want because I'm now in the 4 years. Do remember one thing, sir. You're in a country that does checks and balances. Now, I get it. The party has the House, the Senate. They have everybody in place, including you. But, eventually that will go away. And when it does, you need to be worried then. And do understand one thing. These Democrats now that are like infighting, they know how to get you because there's a lot of good lawyers on their side. And they will come after you in ways you will not forget. So I urge him now to think about what he's going to do. Because, again, this administration always thinks short term, not long term. So I hope they know what they're doing. But it's very funny when he's there talking about, he's going to get a judge. And then he has this little blondie telling other members or threatening them. Listen, I hope y'all know what y'all doing. I really do hope y'all know. Because some of these people that you're going after are very smart people. So they will toe the line and then draw themselves back or walk themselves back. But when you start threatening judges and lawyers, it's one of those moments where you go in history where, we've seen this before, haven't we? Lest we forget.
Yeah, yeah. And to go with what MD was saying earlier here, you know, Donald Trump revoking security clearances for Kamala Harris, Clinton, and other critics. Pretty much, if he didn't like you, your clearances were being revoked. And that's not even something he's trying to hide. The outright biasness, the politicization of just going after a political opponent. This is something he just in the campaign complained about, claiming that Democrats were, and specifically Joe Biden, is going after a political opponent. Here he is in real time. Donald Trump always says everything that's negative on his behalf. He always puts it on the people that he's puts himself up against. So here he is in real time right now, actually doing what Joe Biden was never doing against him. He committed crimes and he tried to frame it as Joe Biden attacking him. And now here he is where the roles are reversed and he's doing the outright dirty. But is he being held accountable? Is MAGA people even paying attention to this? Is anybody even paying attention to this? No. And we continue moving on. And we're waiting for the big explosion to happen. You know, when George W. Bush was just going about his day destroying, frigging up the government and the country in general. But it wasn't until the financial collapse happened that people were like, oh, crap, but maybe we should start paying attention. I think we're waiting for one of those things to happen. But here we go. Donald Trump once again. And that's the other thing, too. There's so much going on at the same time. It'll drive you nuts trying to latch on to one or two or three, 4, 5 things. And that is a design tactic. It's something that they came up with to help throw things in there that you can't keep your eyes on because there's so many things to look at, so many things to talk about. And you'll sound crazy trying to defend it in any way possible. So hold on, let me see here. So let's go to another video here. And on this video, I'm trying to get it. All right. So this one is about Black MAGA. They're talking about is there anything as a logical Black MAGA individual? Anybody that supports MAGA that's Black, is there any logic in their thinking? Any logic in their position in general? Let's take a look at this video. It's about just under 6 minutes. And then we'll get the views of the panel on this.
From Hyper Clubhouse in Atlanta for Comedy Hype News, I'm Symphony Thompson. The Trump administration continues its efforts in erasing diversity, equity, and inclusion within the federal government, as the story of Jackie Robinson has disappeared from the Defense Department's website as part of this initiative. Now, just last month, Trump has ordered the Pentagon to scan federal websites for articles, social media posts, photos, parties, and videos in order to remove any web pages that promoted DEI. As a result, several websites were removed, including thousands of pages documenting the history of people of color, LGBTQ+ people, women, and others from marginalized backgrounds, and many pages about Jackie Robinson. Regarding Robinson's history being erased, Hughley would take to Instagram and write, "Number 42 forever. Try as they may, we never relied on others to keep our history alive." Now, shortly after, Hughley would repost an Instagram video from Joy Ann Reid, who criticized several Black MAGA supporters' happy reaction when Trump got into office. The video would then showcase some of the firings Trump has implemented his first few weeks into the office, including Air Force General C.Q. Brown, who was let go as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Reid's original caption for the post was asking for the thoughts and opinions of Black MAGA supporters, especially after some were fired by the same man they voted for. Reid's caption read, "Given the deletion of Black war heroes from the Arlington National Cemetery website, I felt like I needed to bring this back from Black History Month. How is Black MAGA feeling these days? Please let us know in the comments. Now, Hughley would add his own caption while sharing Reed's message. Hughley would say, "Goofy, would love to hear any of these coons defend Black war veterans and heroes literally being erased from history. You too, Marcellus Wasn't Me Wiley, Stephen A. Smith, Waka Maga Flocka, any takers?" Now, interestingly enough, Hughley's question would be relevant, particularly after his support of Don Lemon, who recently made headlines after saying he doesn't believe anyone can be a rational Black MAGA supporter. While there, Lemon made it clear to differentiate between a Black Republican and a Black MAGA supporter, slamming the latter. In support of Lemon, D.L. Hughley made another appearance on TMZ agreeing. Hughley would use several examples of Trump using Black people and the MAGA movement as pawns in order to gain favor amongst the public amid some of his controversial moves.
I think there is something to the fact that I think that Black people in the MAGA movement are like, with Donald Trump rolls them out, like if he's gonna, if he 40, he got convicted of 34 felonies, Stephen A. Smith will say, well, that's why Black people can relate to him. Or when he's getting ready to dismantle Black history, he'll call Marcellus Wiley out to come to a Black history celebration. Or when he's defunding cancer research for kids, he'll call a Black kid out who has cancer. Donald Trump uses Black people like most people use Fabuloso to clean the smell up.
While Hughley would ask for the opinions of the specific individuals in Reed's video, along with calling out several others, one representative who would respond to Hughley was Representative Wesley Hunt, who also called out Don Lemon. After hearing what Lemon had to say, Hunt would list off several of his credentials, which included being a combat veteran, an Ivy League graduate, and a U.S. congressman. Hunt said he was able to achieve all of that by being a rational person, despite being a Black man who supports MAGA. Hughley's response:
Let's be real. How many people with those same qualifications have been fired and called DEI? Kamala Harris was called DEI for having those exact same qualifications. So let's not pretend that he rolled out his resume. That resume among his people, among the people would be DEI. They would say he wasn't worthy of. So that's what you have to do when you're a MAGA Black person. The very defenses that people use to demean other Black people, you have to pretend like you didn't hear them. If a Black man said the exact same thing and he wasn't MAGA Republican and he was in a high position in Congress, they would say he was DEI hire.
Now, Hughley's appearance on TMZ would cause Wesley Hunt to respond directly to the comedian via the same platform. In his own video, Hunt would tell Hughley he was elected to office not based off the color of his skin, but due to his qualifications. Despite the difference in opinion, Hunt did mention being a big fan of Hughley's comedy growing up and invited him to have a conversation based on the topic. Hunt would end his video by once again slamming Don Lemon for his remarks, saying there's no such thing as a rational Black MAGA supporter. Now, interestingly enough, throughout Hunt's video, he referred to himself as a conservative and implied he identified with the right-wing politics. But if you go back to Lemon's original comment, he specifically differentiated between Black Republicans and MAGA supporters, which shows Hunt may not have fully understood what Lemon said.
All right, we're back here. So we got multiple things to look at in that video. One being the disrespect of past Black heroes like Jackie Robinson being erased, or they're trying to erase from history. That's one big glaring issue. The other, of course, is how rational is it to be a Black MAGA supporter? For God's sakes, you got what you wanted. He's in office, and now you have a lot of these rights being rolled back. MD, what's your thoughts here?
Yeah, so again, it goes back to my original position that I mentioned in a few segments back. DEI means Black people and other minorities to a certain degree. Not only did they do the thing with Jackie Robinson, they also did to the Navajo Code Talkers, who were essential for a lot of the campaigns in World War II. Iwo Jima and some of those Pacific campaigns wouldn't have been possible without the Navajo Code talk. Hell, you learn about that. You learn about that in school. You know what I'm saying? So again, man, it's insanity when we view a lot of this stuff that's going on. Like, it's crazy. Again, I don't believe in DEI. I don't know how many times I got to say that, but I understand that the way they focusing their intentions on what they believe DEI is not what DEI is. It's just not. You know, colorblind and merit, those are dog whistles. That's what they are. You know what I mean? I know what colorblind and merit mean, but it's parameters around it. And that goes back to what we talking about in the latter of that segment. There's no such thing as a rational MAGA person because they don't follow the rules and regulations of what republicanism is in the modern world.
But MD, surely you can't mean that sunblack is not rational.
Hell no. Hell no. In order to be rational, you have to have some type of foundation. MAGA, as we all know, don't have a foundation. Wherever the wind blows, i.e. what Trump says, is what they go with. And it's not about any type of principles of a political nature. We know that for a fact. It's about what they call owning the libs. It's about making sure, and keep this in mind. This is probably the foundation of it all when it comes to black folk in regards to MAGA. It's not about MAGA. It's not about MAGA at all. Anybody that tells you it's about MAGA, complexities of the conversation. All these black folks that are repping MAGA don't give a damn the Republican Party in totality. What they care about is years and years of what they perceive to be torture, neglect, of the Democratic Party, because we all know that the vast majority of voters that are black for decades and decades and decades have voted Democrat. Why? Because it's been a launching pad for our civil liberties here in these United States of America. And it stopped at some point in time. Black folks, these same black people that are claiming to be MAGA, they some of the most progressive in terms of their own civil liberties and rights than maybe even you, Van Cat. And I can prove that. Now it's a side effect to it. One of the side effects are a large amount of protectionism, which something that they don't even understand. A large and vast amount of xenophobia, a large and vast amount of the crab in the barrel Negro syndrome, which is even more dangerous if you ask me. It's things that's been going on with the virus of the Democrat knee bending for so long. And like I said, I get it. The Democrats in totality, when it comes to policies, have been stagnant for black people for decades. That's a fact. I never deny a black MAGA person that. But that's the force of their frustration when it comes to MAGA. It ain't damn MAGA. MAGA is the coping mechanism behind a real frustration, i.e. the Democratic Party. Because those are the ones that's pushing policy forward, whether you like it or not. And I've been telling Negroes that for years. You ain't no Republican. You're a disgruntled Democrat that's mad. And I'm being for real. I'm being honest.
I'm agreeing with what you said. I mean,
I'm the real Democrat. I'm the individual. I'm the real Republican. You're not a Republican MAGA man. Not in the slightest. And even my stance has changed throughout the course of the year. I used to be a staunch fiscal conservative until I got put on to MMT, modern monetary theory. My whole perspective when it comes to money has changed. That's called growth. I ain't got no problem saying that. I ain't got no problem saying that at all. But when it comes to the originalism of the Constitution, I drink these black maggots under the table when it comes to being a Republican. That's a fact. These niggas' ass is in the wind, constantly changing. Constantly changing. Why? Because they don't stand on no political principle. They bitching, whining, and complaining about Democrats all day long. Am I right, Van Cat and Ricardo? Y'all know I'm right.
100.
Why are they doing that? Instead of focusing on Republican policy, you would rather own the libs. Why? Because they ain't been spending enough time with you. They ain't been spending enough time with you. So you broke up with them and got with the guy that's running you around every which way. That's what it is.
That's the get it in the mud niggas.
Yeah. Get it out the mud while burying the other black dude in it.
There you go.
That's MAGA. That's MAGA. And that's an anarcho capitalist style that I don't agree with because there's enough money for everybody. Black MAGA that's in government, they don't care about MAGA either. They care about where is the money flowing. Currently, right now, the money is flowing through the MAGA pipeline. So I'm going to stick with that. Before MAGA, there was no constitutionalist style of a black Republican. They all died off. Colin Powell, lack of a better term, the old Clarence Thomas, these type of people. Hell, even Clarence Thomas done been bought and paid for. So, it is what it is, man. There is no such thing as a black MAGA person. Don't let nobody fool you with that. Not in the civil reality. Like I said, politics, government, that's a different story. But just people, niggas on the street, people on YouTube and X and TikTok, them ain't real MAGA people. Them disgruntled Democrats. Guarantee you.
All right, thanks, MD. Ricardo, what are your thoughts here on, is there any logic in Black MAGA?
I don't even know where to start with the Black MAGA crowd. I do I agree with MD in this one. I believe there's a lot of disgruntled Democrats that, join the cult or just want to be a part of the movement of saying, hey, we are mad and we are not going to take it anymore, and start doing the mob mentality. And it's like, but then when you ask them, circumstantial questions, and they're like, oh, but, and like he said, they don't really stand for something. It's like, more, we're just angry and down with the movement, and it's like, but what about tariffs, and what about the changes that are coming about? Well, it's all about Trump. Or then I'm asking about like eggs and stuff that pertains to everyday life, and they're like, oh, well, he's trying to make America great, and he's trying to, he's all these changing. I'm like, but then the stock market is low. It's like nothing makes sense. It's like when you're having a conversation, the conversation just always goes into a direction of, it's America first, it's always this, and Trump is always right. No, you're in a globalized world. Anything that affects anything pertaining to something it's all connected. Everything is interconnected. This is where, you try to put logic into sense instead of you going on and on about, who has not done and who hasn't done. And again, MD hit the nail on the head. Disgruntled Black people just join the movement for the sake of saying we're upset with the Democrats, which, they are entitled to do, because there's a lot of things that the Democrats have done, and I've pointed it out since the outset of this show. But at the same length and breath, what are you gaining when you're over on that side? Do you not realize that they're erasing certain things pertaining to Black contributions, and anything that's progressive Black-wise is going to look like, oh, you can't give them too much credit, because then what does that say about us being genuinely, I don't know, guilty about our part in terms of history and all of that? But what do we know? But yeah, MD, that was a hilarious one when you said it's just disgruntled black people. that hit me like a pill of nails, that was supposed to hit the board. But that was funny. I like that one. But yeah, you were definitely right on that part. Not for nothing. Do you have maybe a minute minority set of people that are actually Black MAGA? Maybe. Do they really need to be a part of that movement? Maybe. Are they entitled to do so? Absolutely. I mean, it's in your constitution. They're allowed to do certain things, right? In terms of the checks and balances and what our constitution stands for. But do MD strike a point when he says there's a lot of disgruntled people that used to be Democrats? Absolutely. When you ask them about policies, they have no idea how to combat or rebuttal you. It's just, oh, I'm just angry and Trump is doing a lot of things to change stuff. And then I give you an easy mark, like, how is it that you guys are complaining about, eggs not going down in price? But I'm telling you, eggs went up $5 last week. Oh, no, it went down. By whose accord? Like, are you watching the news? Oh, no, it's going to go down because, such and such. That doesn't make any sense. But okay, since it makes logical sense in your head, I'm just going to go with that, and I'm just going to end the conversation there, and I'm just going to keep it moving. And that's how I end every conversation with a MAGA person who's Black.
All right. Yeah, it's a crazy situation because you think they're voting against their own self-interest. And to be honest, like, we always talk about, I just can never understand this, but we're always talking about the shortcomings of Democrats in reaction to Black people mainly. But last time I checked, every forward progressive thing that has happened for Black people and people in this country in general is based out of democratic policies and democratic movements. What is the thing that the Republicans have ever done to move? And I ain't talking about Lincoln. I'm talking about since the 70s up to now. What has the Republican Party ever done? Because both parties, it's comprised of people, and people are trash. So you're going to have issues at either way. But there's one party that is grossly bad and has no benefit at all. To me, I just see a bunch of people more in line with some sort of representation or ideal or image. But when it comes to substantive moves, what is the move that warrants you running behind a guy that's a criminal, a guy that tried to overthrow the government, who is the biggest traitor in American history, and now we gave him back presidency? What's the justification for propping that up? Because Democrats somehow are so much worse. Where is the Democratic move that justifies that being with Black MAGA, being with MAGA in general, is a better option than what's on the Democratic side? Now, you could clown a Democrat and say, oh, they're making silly videos, they're wearing dashikis, they're doing baiting, race baiting, and all this other stuff. But we had a president that was Black, that was a Democrat. We had healthcare that was brought for the first time in over 70 years. That was Democrats. We have all these different things, childcare, and all these different things that have happened in society, and it's all Democrat. Jobs is all Democrat. Where is the talking point? Where's the point for the Republican to be a viable option? It's not. So when Blacks go to Democrats, it's not because the Democrats are so bad or so good. It's just that when you put the two up, one is very much a non-thought, and the other is the only option. So I just get kind of irked every time I hear people try to do that, because where is the part of the Republican Party that courted Black people? Because I damn sure didn't see them going into Compton or going into dark Black Mississippi, the poor ass areas. They ain't even going to the poor white areas, for God's sakes.
It's not about that this time around. remember in the first term, it was about the main black issue. Well, I ain't gonna say issue. The main black proponent that they pushed in the first term was opportunity zone. Look how that worked out for you. Every speech Trump made up until that legislation got passed was about opportunity zone for black people. Don't know what was it called, the platinum plan? I don't even know what the hell happened to that.
Yeah,
that just vanished. So opportunity zones was the big thing, and he used the big black bucktooth nigga, Tim Scott, to push it. An opportunity zone. Yeah, go ahead.
Why are you against DEI?
Why am I against DEI? Because it's unconstitutional.
Well, how so?
Because the Constitution says you can't base anything off race, gender, sex, etc., etc.
I don't believe that's what DEI does. What does DEI do? You tell me.
DEI is there. I know exactly what DEI does. DEI is there to diversify certain aspects of the private and public sector. That's what it's there for.
So
how do you go about go ahead.
If something is already being unconstitutional, but it's not being fixed, how is fixing something unconstitutional? Because
no, that's not fixing something. That's not fixing anything.
So,
because how do you divert? Okay, I'm talking to Mike, the business owner.
Correct.
He has a DEI program to diversify his employment.
Correct.
How do you do that?
Easy. If my employment is only hiring Indian women, because I think Indian women are the best at making whatever the hell it is that I do, DEI comes in and makes me hire a white guy. Makes me hire, as long as that white guy is on par with the Indian women that I'm hiring.
Cool, got you. Let me stop you right there.
DEI is affirmative action. It's not.
Okay, cool. I didn't say it was affirmative action, but cool.
I didn't say you did.
Oh, it's all good. So let me ask you this. I got your base plan now. You got a factory or whatever full of Indian women, and you need to use DEI to hire the white man. How do you word that?
Easy. If your corporation or if your business or if your organization or if your whatever is predominantly one thing, you will find people who are on par with those people that are not those people. They get preference. Go ahead.
I got you. How do you word it? How do you specify?
Just like how I did it. Just like how I said it.
So you're saying you're not specifying, it's just going to organically happen.
No. I'm saying that's what you have to do because people are it is predominantly, especially in places where they don't want us, predominantly white males. Predominantly white males in places they don't want us. You have to find people, not even find people, run your hiring practice however you want. But whenever if there's an equal, I have person A, person B, this person gets it because we have a plethora of this person already. We need to equal out.
Okay, are you going to write that on paper though? Is that going to be on paper saying that you got a certain amount of fill in the blank race or whatever, race, sex, whatever. We need to the paper.
You froze up. Say it again. We need to what?
I said, so are you going to write down the specifics of who you need in terms of race, sex, gender, whatever? Is that written down on paper?
What's written down is that it cannot be homogenous. That's what's written down. It cannot be homogenous by any metric. It can't be homogenous by gender. It can't be homogenous by race. It can't be homogenous by ethnicity.
Well, that's not DEI.
How is that not DEI?
That go look at these Fortune 500 companies. They have a specific DEI program.
Okay.
That lists the opposite of what you just said. Where race. Well, I can pull one up for you.
I'm sure go ahead.
I'm saying Venkat gonna talk about Target. Target had a specific DEI program that was
Right.
very specific. That didn't say anything about homogeny. They listed races, they listed transgenderism, et cetera, et cetera. That's
Exactly, because they
unconstitutional.
already had the homogeny.
It's unconstitutional to list it out, is what I'm telling you. It's
I don't
ways
think
to
it
get
is.
around it. I don't know what else to say there, Mike.
But MD,
I think it's
you got you.
unconstitutional to do what's being done.
Yeah, but MD, you're making it sound like as if there was no problem, and that what prompted the DEI and affirmative action.
I never
So
said that, Venkat.
so
Didn't say
like
that.
Donald Trump is saying, no, but I'm saying Donald Trump is saying that it's racist or against white people, pretty much reverse racism. But there is a problem, and it can't be denied. So if that isn't the way, if DEI isn't the way, then if they're against it, they have to now come up with a different way to do it.
Correct.
That's what I said.
You're exactly right. You have to play the game. It's all about the game and how you play it. That's why I was specific in my questioning with Mike.
And I answered it, right?
You answered it flawless.
Okay.
But
So-
that's what I'm saying. Using what you said as an example is very good. I'm telling you, there can't be any mention of any race, any gender, any sex, etc., etc. Once you do that, that's when it becomes unconstitutional. The vast majority of these Fortune 500 companies did just that. That's why they were attacked. What did I say when we had this conversation a few weeks back? Get rid of the name tags altogether. It's loopholes in everything, Venkat. Mike just gave you a loophole. Homogeny is a very good word. You can use that. There ain't nothing. You can't pinpoint homogeny with anything that's in the Constitution. That's a fact. Statuses are very successful in their wording. That's why the radical Republicans used them during Reconstruction, because they knew that the legislation that they wrote specifically said they couldn't say anything about black folk. So they said, hey, we got to word this out to get around that. So DEI in its sense, based on how it's written in a lot of the programs that these companies and these universities and these hospitals use, was unconstitutional. DEI on its face is unconstitutional. I never said you couldn't.
The way they're running it. I got you.
There you go.
I got you. I'd like to apologize, gentlemen. I didn't get any sleep last night because, my work shift, and then I had to go to court today, and I was in there from 1:30 to 6 about the guy who stole my weapon out my car. I was the first witness, and I had to sit there while they picked jury and blah, 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 and I ain't getting no sleep, so my bad. But I woke up.
You good, man.
Woke up, and Mike is still right. At least I put it on mute so you'll hear me snoring.
All right. So, Ricardo, what's your thoughts here on what we were just saying? Any thing you want to add to this?
No,
I want to add that my lady look good. Look at my lady.
I can't. Other than seeing Twin was snuggled up to his But no, there's nothing really that I could add to that. DEI, it's been very beneficial more towards white women, but they want to tell you otherwise, that it sounds black, so it's bad, it's terrible for let's get rid of it. But now we're seeing in masses that going on and on about oh my God, you guys are like getting rid of certain things. Well, that's what DEI is. So but it sounds black, so we should be enraged. Yeah, get rid of it. So all in all, you both were right. But it's just funny. I just want to see how this is gonna pan out for the what you call it crowd that are like what they call woke, or the other side that's like, oh yeah, you were right, it's terrible, and this is why Snow White is failing for Disney, because she wasn't white, she was Spanish, but y'all said it should fail, damn it, because she was a DEI. Okay, let's see how long this is gonna run, because y'all try to prove a point, and it sounds good on paper for y'all. So let's see how far y'all push this initiative. You see Target, feeling massively. We'll stick to Wally World. Y'all can have whatever y'all want to have when it comes to like DEI sounding like black.
You know
Good luck
what?
with
I
that.
want to run one more thing because MD said it, and it reminded me of something. He was talking about how the Democrats are like in this wishy. I'm using my own word. This is not what he said, but they're in this wishy-washy place where they're not. They have no foundation for what they're standing for. So that it sounds to me like you were saying they're fence jumpers or fence riders with other words. There's no Democratic staple or stand or place where you can congregate and go, this is where we stand. This is what we are. This is what we're about. That doesn't exist. And that's why I really think we need to split the party. I really think we need a progressive party and then a centrist party, and let the centrists do what they want. Let Schumer lead that party and ride, or let Bernie and AOC run this side. And I promise you by the end of this decade, we'll be the bigger party and we'll be crushing Republicans. I honestly think that, because the Democrats are, for lack of a better term, one of my favorite songs, set adrift on memory bliss. They have no idea what they're doing. They're just trying to be anti-Republican, and you can't be anti something that's just anti, because Republicans don't exist anymore. It's just MAGA and people who don't want to be Democrats. That's all the Republican Party is. But I'll be quiet. Go ahead, Venkat.
Oh no, I think Ricardo was saying something. Anything else, Ricardo?
He was just saying my lady looked good.
Okay. Uh, all right. So let's go. Since we're talking DEI, let's continue it with Target. Let's get caught up with what Target's at and how things are going in Target land. All right.
Target has been struggling severely in 2025. Let's get to it.
We have some big news right now. Target is now warning of significant price hikes coming in the coming days as a result of Donald Trump's tariffs and trade wars. Now, Target has also posted losses in 2024 after it ended its DEI program. A number of people stopped shopping at Target, including during the February 28th economic blackout, where Target's website traffic dropped substantially. But now Target, this big box retailer, is warning customers that because of these tariffs, because of the trade wars, they should expect price hikes to be coming in the next several days and weeks. Right now, there's a lot of economic uncertainty about what everything will cost as these tariffs are implemented. But if big box retailers are already warning their shoppers that price hikes are coming, then you should definitely heed their warning, whether Target, Walmart, or really any other big box retailer.
Check this out. Here's Target stock right here. All right, I took a screenshot, but listen, this is only the beginning. Appreciate the comment right there, but this is only the beginning, guys. This is only after 6 months on the year. So Target is looking right now. They're trending at $104 per share, guys. Beginning the year, they were at $160 per share. And that's crazy to really think about, because it's only getting lower and lower each day. And the fact that the boycotts are going to last the entire year for the most part.
Look at this. Target doesn't have a single register open. Not one. Not a single cash register open. Only the self-checkout. 3 people.
But have y'all seen Target's page? Okay, so I thought I was struggling with views and stuff right now. If you look at Target's post from December, they have like 500,000. If you look from now, they have like 20-something thousand. And the likes are very low. Like, I looked at one post, they had like 100-something likes. So we're affecting their stock and their TikTok. Yeah.
Listen, I, for one, am extremely happy that Target came out with an apology. And after about 0.25 seconds, it's still a no. It's still a no for me, dog. We will not be coming back, because why? You let an entire room of probably mostly white men convince you that black money was unnecessary. So you didn't need it to appease a man that shouldn't be in office in the first place. And now here we are. You didn't expect your stock prices to drop as much as they did. So the rollback, completely unnecessary, babe. You putting it back into place after a week? Nah. You are showing us exactly what you feel about us, our money, and this little 5-year experiment that you went on after George Floyd was just that. Just VR. And we, to a degree, knew it, but it was still nice to see Black women businesses in Target that I could go to while getting other things.
I'm here at Target right now. You will not believe this place. You gotta see this place. What the hell happened here? Okay, come look at the kids section right now. This place is what nightmares are made of right now. Look at the shoes. I'm like so stressed out. Like I forgot what I even came here to get because it's just a
I don't know if y'all heard, but Target shareholders who have stock in Target are suing Target because they failed to tell them that when they pulled back their DEI initiatives, it would cause a boycott and they would lose a significant amount of money. I just wanted to remind y'all of the power of holding back the black dollar. I just wanted to remind y'all. And what's more ironic about this is that the same people that they were trying to impress by pulling back the DEI initiatives are the same ones that are suing them. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy when you think about it, because at the end of the day, people care about the dollar. If it don't make money, it don't make sense. So y'all thought y'all ate following Donald Trump. He promised y'all he was going to fix the economy. Are y'all good? Is y'all cool? And if I find out that any of y'all is still shopping at Target on a low, it's up. It's up when I see you, because I be needing stuff from there. But we boycott. I'm not playing.
Y'all not playing. Y'all not playing. I've never seen Target this freaking empty. My daughter just asked me, like, why is it so quiet in here? Y'all, it's 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. Tess, let me see your phone. Show me the time on your phone.
Yo, I thought she was lying because.
All right, there we go. So Target, feeling the
All right.
backlash.
I
Feeling
guess
the
I'll jump
backlash.
on first. I don't think Venkat know the video stopped, but that's on me.
Hey, wait a minute. You
Y'all
guys
hear me?
can't hear me?
We can hear
Hello?
you.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
go
I
All
can
right.
hear you. Yeah.
I wanna start this off a little askew to where everyone would think I would go. First of all, say hello to the pillow. Secondly,
You so nasty, Mike.
it's my baby gave it to me, bro. It's heartfelt deliciousness in here. But so my MIR member, we're 5 people strong. Wayne and I have been going back and forth about this, and he's made a lot of good points. What people are doing isn't strong enough to have. I'm not even going to say it that way. I'm going to say what people say they're doing. If what we've done, or we as Black people, or we as people who are boycotting, have knocked them down $1 billion, that's not really anything to them. That's like throwing sand at a giant, right? I'm trying to be a little more positive because I want this to be something that can be continued. But Black people, we have a track record of being offended as hell for a really short period of time and then moving on when the new Drake song comes out. I don't know whether it's great that Kendrick has destroyed Drake to the point where he's suing to get his contracts now, so we don't have a new Drake song to come out that we have to focus. I hope this keeps going. I tell him all the time, this is wonderful. It's everything has to start somewhere, and if this is the beginning, I'm all for it. I don't think we've affected Target as much as we think we have. I believe that drop in share price really happened because of the low end of the year they had in 2020 and 2024. And I think it was further pushed down by the buzz around what we're doing. So I'm cool with that. Let's keep that buzz going. Let's keep pushing it. But this is a company that's multi-billion dollar, like they're not crying over $1 billion. I will say I am happy that the tariffs that the people who voted for him were so championing is now coming around. In the words of Malcolm X, they're coming home to roost. You're going to see how those tariffs don't hurt other countries the way you think they do. They're going to hurt your pockets. And if you're being boycotted at the same time your prices are going up, that means you're going to miss the people you thought you had, and you're going to miss the people that you decided weren't important, which is going to make your stock price go down even further. That would make me happy. That would bring me joy. My problem is Target. Target is bipolar. Like they say they want to help, black people, black businesses come off the ground. Then we find out that they were really trying to partner with these black businesses so they could buy them out and then pretty much destroy them. Like it's them. I think they found out about them at H&M and a couple other businesses are doing that. This whole thing is it's so disheartening to realize that Mike is right, because all these companies are doing what they do, trying to fit the status quo of white supremacy. I know everyone's like, oh, he couldn't wait, he's going to say it eventually. But yeah, they couldn't. As soon as Trump got in there, they all bent on their knee and started kissing the ring. And this is the reason you don't do something like that, because when a marginalized part of society gets to a point where they feel like they have nothing else, they go to their number one power, and that's the congregative power of your money. Where you decide to go. The Montgomery boycott of the bus line. That's what people do in history. And although now our unification has been destroyed, but if you push us in a corner to where black people are unified because we've realized everyone else says to hell with us. Now other races are unified because they realize, oh my gosh, I'm not that far from being black. Latinos had to learn that lesson. They're still learning it the hard way. Asians are learning that lesson. Yeah, you think you're one of them. You're not. Irish and Italian are barely one of them. And you're beneath them. So all I can say is this is not a unified effort. It's just us doing what we always do, which is try to stand on our own when we have feet on our necks. Shout out to George Floyd, knee on the neck. And then other races realizing it and then trying to do it for themselves and then leech off of us. I'm hoping this time, at least, if we fight it well, we put something in legislation that ensures we get the lion's share of whatever comes out of this. Because it's amazing. I hope it works, but all is going to end up, I'm a pessimist. All is going to end up happening is white women are going to get the benefit of whatever the hell happens to Target, because that's what happens all the time. Or transgenders are going to come in and say, yeah, well, thanks, blacks, but excuse me, but it's so frustrating being a black person. Y'all go ahead.
So Target bitch ass decided that they could use and exploit actual friggin' movement, Black Lives Matter, George Floyd dying. They see all the swelling of support that it got, and then they said, oh, we got to latch on that right now so we can get some brownie points. The moment the administration changed, their bitch asses, and this is a company coming out of Minnesota, a Democratic area, their bitch asses then flipped on a dime so friggin' quick. Look here, man. I got a Target right across the street from me. When they dropped that DEI crap, I was like, what the hell? And people don't know what they're talking about. It's not just the DEI thing. They also said they were going to cancel all the black contracts that they picked up as a result of the DEI thing. I think that's missing in translation. I don't understand why people don't get that. All those black-owned businesses and companies and products that was on that shelf, all that gloriousness that was there, that stuff was going on. They were clearancing that crap out and then getting rid of it.
Which is not even DEI.
I know, but they were doing this whole thing to look, hey, we are the good guys. We're actually supporting the black community and supporting minorities coming up and all this. They want all that credit being that company. When you look in Target, like around where the restrooms at, they brag about how they donate X amount of the profits that they make out of sales. They donate like a certain percentage to that local economy and stuff like that. They want that credit. They want that goodwill from the community. So that when you go there, you shop there feeling like you're not giving your money away to some bastardized company like an Amazon or something like that. But they showed their ass. The moment Trump got elected, they showed their ass. So now I know who you are. So I haven't been in Target since they did that. I was there every other day. I will not be in Target, not only if they reinstate it or not. I'm not going to be in Target ever again in my life. I'm not doing it. And this is the other thing. You got to walk with some sort of purpose in life. You can't be a bottom feeder all your life. There's got to be a moment in time where you got to say, enough's enough. My money, I'm going to make voice with my money. I'm going to actually say and make a statement with my money, no matter how little it is or big it is. You're still an individual, do what you need to do, and that's that. I don't give a damn about all the other things that's going on. What am I doing? What am I doing? That's what you should be worried about. So this idea that there should be a kill shot to solve the world's problems or whatever issue is being debated on at that moment, and if it doesn't have a kill shot element to it, that it's not worth. It's called steps, people. It's called steps. It's called building up to something. So I know as far as the way I look at it, you should be pissed off, not just if you're black, but in general. It's not even about black, to be honest. It's really about corporations raising prices. We just came out of a pandemic, and throughout that time period, what did they do? They raised prices on essential goods. We're not complaining about jeans going up. We're not complaining about the PlayStation 5 being a certain price. This is not what we're talking about. We're talking about essential goods. We're talking gas, housing, water, food, things that you need to survive on, healthcare. And companies and corporations have been just playing around with our lives. So if people, they could crowdfund to make products, to make movies, to make music, to make anything they want to make. They could crowdfund for that. Why don't you crowdfund to give a message to these bastards? And then the other thing too is this idea that it's only $1 billion, or it's only $1 million, or it's only $1,000. Look here, man. This is capitalism, baby. Those bastards say, "Oh my God, that's $100 I can make by keeping the store open longer." I'm gonna do it. I know this firsthand from where I work at. Those bastards are looking for every nook and cranny. So if Target lost over $1 billion because of a stupid decision they made, stockholders are pissed right now at Target. and you know, I know I can't be the only person, but there's others like me, I'm sure, that the girl in the video said it, you know, she ain't never gonna go back to Target. I'm the same way, because they showed their ass in that moment in time. So I'll go to MD. MD, what do you think about this whole Target stuff?
Yeah, y'all hit it on the head, man. It's exactly how y'all mentioned it. It's saying they don't care nothing about DEI.
Nope.
They care about following where the money is, and mitigating the risk in terms of lawsuits, litigation, et cetera, et cetera. That's what it's really about. You hit it right on the head, Van Cat. Remember, all of this started because of the George Floyd protest. All of it. They said, man, look, we can like capitalize, no pun intended. We can capitalize on this. Get as many black contracts as you can. We selling all black stuff. And by the way, diversifying your product line versus diversifying your employment is two different things. They ain't nothing against having a diversified product line, like at all. So why they get rid of the black people stuff? Like, I don't know. That's crazy. If that was the case, white people could go to every single place that's specific for a certain culture, et cetera, and say that you discriminating against me. A white person go to the Chinese hair salon, well, not the beauty supply place owned by Oriental, as Trevor would say, ain't got nothing in there but black people stuff. So, hell, some of them you'll see they got the wigs on and everything. White people go in here, I don't see any Head and Shoulders in here or whatever they use. You know what I'm saying?
Where's Garnet Fructis?
Yeah, Garnet Fructis, L'Oreal, pick one. You know what I'm saying? Lice removing shampoo, whatever. None of that. I'm suing your ass because you discriminated against me for not having. That sounds stupid. Why would you have to do that? You missing out on money first and foremost. You know what I mean? Hell, if that's the case, the whole black people section in Walmart is DEI. That's just a fact. Remember back in the day, we used to get the mahogany postcard, greeting cards or whatever for somebody's birthday or whatever. I ain't getting the regular Hallmark. I'm getting mahogany because I'm black. You know what I'm saying? That's DEI. We can't sell them no more. That sounds stupid.
Think about the cocoa butter.
Yeah, the cocoa butter, the shea, all that. Shea Moisture for men. That's what I use. All that.
Smart man.
All that's DEI. Do you know how dumb that sounds? So it was no reason to mess with the product, like at all. And I think that's the foundation of a lot of this hate that they get. Of course, like the high information person will understand the employment aspect, but really it's the reason because you're taking black people's stuff out the store. Why? I'm not shopping with you. I told you, Target for metrosexuals anyway. I don't go to Target. I go to Walmart. Like growing up, we ain't had no Target around nowhere.
How dare you?
Them were for rich people.
It's called Target, okay? It's called Target. Get it together.
You're right. Because half the stuff you can't afford. You're right.
No, it's called Target because it's meant for people that. Never mind.
If
you go rhyme, you get that joke.
Yeah, growing up, you had to drive miles and miles to get to Target. Why would I do that when I can walk to Walmart? I'm not doing that. So it's dumbassery. They're more afraid, just like a litany of other companies. They're afraid of the litigation facing them from the Trump administration. They measured that against profit loss, and they said, "Look, we'll take the loss. That way, we can still stay afloat. But we'll see how long that lasts." For Target, it don't look like it may last long. Hell, for even a company like Tesla, it don't look like it's gonna last that long. You know what I'm saying? So, hey man, I don't know what to tell you. You may have jacked up because I see a lot of these people on social media doing TikToks and Instagrams and Target. So that used to be a thing back in the day. Why, I don't know, but it ain't looking good for you. It ain't looking good at all. And going back to the video, a lot of that also got to do with low staffing. You ain't paying these people worth a damn to work there. So why would they? So everything's strolling about looking crazy as hell. Ain't nobody restocking, ain't nobody doing nothing because they ain't got the people to do it. Because you're not paying these people no living wage. Now I got my blue hat on. You're not paying these people a living wage. You just ain't doing it. You're going more to automation, to self-checkout. You know what I mean? Hey, man, we living in a strange time, folks. Strange time. Buy mahogany.
Or just curls. Let me just add on to that. So I'm going to shout out the following companies that are still with their DEI initiatives. Measure, is that how you say it? Measure, Costco, McKinsey.
Meyer. You talking about Meyer? It's kind of like Walmart. It's up
Yeah.
in the Midwest. I like that stuff. It's
So
good.
Meyer's still a part of DEI. Costco, McKinsey and Company, Procter & Gamble, Vogue. I don't know who still reads Vogue, but okay. Rent the Company, Ulta, whatever you want to call that damn company that these females always be running to. Bloomingdale's.
Oh, you know about Ulta Beauty. You know that's a spot. You got a black woman, you know about Ulta Beauty too.
There's Nordstrom, Delta, MD's main airline he flies. VS & Co, Moda, Operandi, I think, Macy's, Blue Mercury, Apple, Yelp, J.Crew, Keith, Ben & Jerry's, Sephora, and Cisco. These are the companies that still support DEI, that's still the vein of Donald Trump's existence.
Apple. Hey, real quick, Ricardo.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned Ben & Jerry's.
Mm-hmm.
A story came out last week. They fired because they're owned by Unilever. Unilever do like a lot of products.
Yes, they do.
I even been to a couple of their plants, working in trucking, whatever. They owned by Unilever. Unilever fired the CEO because of the DEI program. It's getting bad, man.
They had to get him for the jeez. How ironic that we're talking about DEI. I mean, did we all forget that Bank of America, the largest bank in the entire U.S., did this whole thing where they were like, yes, we're gonna try to support the Black community. We're gonna give them certain amount of money to put down a mortgage or some crap like that. I can't remember if you all remember what that was like back. I think it was close to like the end of the pandemic. And they were like, we're going to support the Black community. We're going to go in. If y'all want to do a mortgage, we're going to give you so and so. And I was saying to myself, but what the hell? Isn't that what they were supposed to be doing the whole time? But okay, it sounds good on paper. Lo and behold, now they were the first one to pull out of the whole DEI initiative once Trump said no. I'm confused now as for why, again, this whole initiative and again, this is from the pandemic when we had the whole George Floyd thing, because remember the Democrats went into this whole where was it, at some town hall, or I think it was the under the rotunda of the Capitol, and they put up their fist and they had on the black Africa chic looking uniform, and they were all like, we're fist in the air. It was so ridiculous. I don't know. For me, this whole DI thing, and again, Van Ketten hit a nail on the head. I mean, if we're going to stand all for one for all in terms of supporting the cocoa butter streams and the S-curl and Just for Men with just the black guy on the cover, and now we had to put a Chinese guy on there because it's not enough Chinese people, or, the white guy going to feel some type of way because, it's like a swirly looking guy that's half interracial. Listen. DEI means more than one thing. So can we agree that it sounds good on paper to say it's just Black people, but it includes it's inclusionary. So it includes the Asians as well. It includes the plethora of the Hispanics as well, because there's Black people in the Hispanic community as well. So as much as y'all try to deny y'all Black blood, y'all have a lot of Black swirliness going on, y'all. But we'll take that out for another day. I don't know how this became a thing where it's like, oh my God, it's woke, and oh my God, it's this, and oh my God, it's the majority of the issues that come with DEI pertains to significantly the white community. But we digress, because it's like, it sounds Black. So why is it that yes, we're gonna get rid of all those Black things that are in there, people. Like we always say, like MD also mentioned another valid point. You remember back in the day, we used to see certain things like the cocoa butter and all of that. We used to be like, all right, we're going to support that. Why is it now that it's a problem? Like, I don't understand. Is it because it's too much Blackness going on in one section? Is it jealousy? Is it like is it just like all of a sudden they woke up one day and they go, oh my God, that pencil over there is black. I don't get it. Like, is it just
You know the answer. Stop capping. You know the answer. I say it every week on this damn show. They can't wait to get back on top. They feel like they're not on top, and they can't wait to see any time where they feel like they can't. You know what it is? I'm gonna call it the N-word ratio. Whenever white people feel like they can say the N-word and not have anything happen, that's when they're at their happiest. Right now, they feel like if they say the N-word, they might get punched or they might get in trouble at work, but they won't lose their job. They like it where they can say their N-word out in the open and no one can do anything about it. That's why they love Trump. And that's what they want to get back to. They want to get back to, I said nigger, now do something about it. That's what they want to get back to. That's all it is. Because nothing else makes sense. Nothing else makes sense. If you read DEI, you know what DEI should stand for. But just like when they made up affirmative action, not affirmative action, but Obamacare. Republicans are the greatest at making up the name game. They name it something so it sounds like something else, and now you hate it. The same people who hated Obamacare was in love with the Affordable Care Act because hating Obamacare sounds like you don't like those Negroes. That's all it is. It's all white supremacy and trying to pull that out of white people. You remember the saying that who was it, Lyndon B. Johnson said about the poorest white man? You remember that saying? Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, Swin.
But I say all of this to say it's just fascinating to watch, like the whole, the outrage and everything that comes with this whole thing of we're gonna get rid of it. And my black peoples, please do not fall for this fake fallacy of what we're seeing now with the Trump administration. Because remember, this was the same man that did the golden shoes, and it's gonna sell more than Nike and Jordans. Like, I don't know which world he's in, but whichever idiot decided to buy that shoes, I would love to see how well it's selling now, because when it's not gold-plated shoes, gold-plated visa to get here, which is now, according to them, made $1 billion for the economy. Good for you. It's basically you buying your way to come into this country, and it's only the oligarchs that are from Russia and the rest of them that is benefiting. But what do I know? What about the people that are been in the line for God knows how long? But that's a whole nother story. When we're doing all of this whole hoopla, we're going to be a rage mentality and all angry. Let's not forget that it's always the black folks that they always pivot to. It's always us that rescue Red Lobster. It's always us that rescue Walmart. It's always us that rescue, more than likely we'll end up rescuing Target again. It's more than likely us that rescued Carnival Cruise Lines. Again, it's this thing where they're always gonna, we're gonna see if we could target. Remember, it was also black people that I think at once upon a time also helped Pepsi and Coca-Cola when they started doing this whole initiative of, oh my God, we can't sell to the Negroes, and then when they realized they're losing,
that was Coke. Coke didn't want to sell those Negroes, and Pepsi did.
Right. And then Pepsi was like, oh no, we're not about to, again, we're in a capitalistic country. We're not about to miss out on sales on the Negroes. Let's sell to them. And what do black people do? Same thing with Mobil. If y'all know the history behind the gas stations, a lot of time when they had the sundown towns and all of that, Exxon Mobil or Mobil back in the day, most black people pivot to Mobil. You know why? Because they were the only gas station that was supplied to black people. And it still stands today, because even now, I don't even go to Shell. If I see Shell, I go straight to Mobil. You know why? Well, in addition to the automation, because you can use your phone now to pump gas. If y'all don't know, you need to get in the know. But Mobil has always been my main gas station. If I have no other choice, then I'll choose other gas stations. But Mobil will be my main number one. That's a thing. I say all of this to say, it's one of those things where we, the black community, always keep, they always try to reach out to us, to try to get us, and then they will toss us to the side when they don't need us. Like in a moment like now, they'll be surprised if they go, oh, but we need them again. So let's find something that will get them to be galvanized and go shop. It's the same repetitive crap over and over again. At some point in time, we just got to be like, listen, we're going to sit this one out, which we should do now. And be like, let the Asians do it. Let the Indians do it. Let the Hispanics who voted for Trump, who was always jumping up and down, let them do it. We are sick and tired of, we know our economy, if you were to stop the supply chain and demand and all of that, we literally fund this country when it comes to certain things. But we're not that smart enough to be like, okay, we're going to pull back our money and invest it elsewhere. We always do the whole, let's just make sure Trump give us a check and we'll be... It's that kind of nonsense. When are we going to get our reparations, MD? I'm dying to know, because now all that's been sidelined to the table somewhere. And it's not even we. When are you going to get your money? Because remember, according to you, We, the immigrants, should not be getting anything. It should be also black.
Yeah. No reparations for you.
So when are y'all gonna get your money? Because once upon a time they said it was gonna come last year with California. Now all of a sudden it went out the window when Trump came in. It's like, oh, we're not gonna talk about that. That's not important right now. We talk about the wildfires and what about China? That's form of distraction, and that's what they've been doing. It's always a distraction somewhere. People wake up. I don't care whether or not you want to stop shopping at Target or when you want to stop shopping at Walmart. Because according to Trevor, when are we going to start talking about DEI pulling back in Walmart? I wasn't even aware they're pulling back from Walmart. Wally World will always get black people's money because I don't know why. Maybe they have more black S curls and Just for Men's and everything else that's in between where it's more convenient for us.
Because Walmart in the hood, that's why.
But
Target ain't in the hood.
Target is more in the upper echelon of like getting between suburbia and in the hood. So we kind of get away with it. Like, oh, we're going somewhere exclusive, so we're going to go down the road to Target. I mean, I don't need to go out of my way to get Target. But if I have to and I have to stop in there, it's more kind of, I mean, Target does have a very expensive kind of feel to it. Maybe that's a thing. But for me, it's about convenience. If I need to go shopping somewhere and Walmart is right there, as much as it annoys me to stop in there sometimes, it's convenience. That's where people are going to go for it. That's where capitalism comes into play. Convenience, supply and demand. If you have my product and I need to get it and you're right there, I'm going to go get it from there. Target now, it's like I said, with all these companies, Unilever, Procter & Gamble, aren't Unilever and Procter & Gamble the same company, MD? I could have swore they're together.
Nah, they different. They
They're
different.
separate? Okay.
Unilever do a lot of food stuff. Procter & Gamble, like, they do a lot of toiletries and stuff like that.
Okay. So all in all, I say all of this to say, when it's convenient, like, remember when they all stopped doing this whole thing where they're like, Black Friday is bad for all of y'all. We're not going to do Black Friday anymore, and we're going to shut down, and everybody going to celebrate with their families. They shut down late night shopping where you can't even shop at Walmart at past midnight. So did that affect Walmart's bottom line or sales? I don't think so. I think people still going to go to the Walmart regardless. Now, was it convenient for us to go after midnight? Sure. I mean, who doesn't mind going after work if you work late at night to stop in Walmart and just get your shit and go? It's not like that. What was that?
I miss it.
We all miss it. I mean, I'm sure MD is going to tell you the same thing too. I'm sure MD is going to say, MD, if you tell me you don't miss late night shopping at Walmart, I know you lie.
Yeah, it was clutch, man. It was clutch,
What?
especially being a truck driver.
Exactly.
It was clutch.
Working nights 4 a.m.
You people taking your lives in your own hands because Walmart has the deadliest parking lot of any retailer. There's been so many people that have killed and robbed and raped in Walmart's parking lot. It's like
You know how many
hazard.
Walmart parking lots I done slept in my truck? Man, please, man. It's a safe haven for me.
I mean, the freaks come on at night, but that's a whole nother conversation. But, we're going to say this all in all to say capitalism run rampant in this country. It always will be. And it's money talks, money walks. So if y'all decide you don't want to shop at Target, so be it. That's fine. But at the end of the day, I'm going to say this to all my Black folks out there. Please stop rescuing these damn companies, whether it be Walmart, whether it be Red Lobster, whether it be Carnival Cruise Lines, whether it be Spirit Airlines, whether it be wherever you guys go in a huge group setting, y'all keep supporting these businesses. So when you start deciding, hey, we're not going to do certain things anymore, and they realize the effect of what you guys have in terms of supply and demand and everything else that comes in between with capitalism, y'all are helping the cause of somebody else's bottom line. Target, I'm sure, like my twin mentioned, $1 billion is not going to affect them now. Now, does this affect them going further? We'll see. We feel to see if this is going to do a blimp to them. Again, Walmart is the biggest company here compared to Target. I still think that someday Amazon will buy a Target, but that's me wishfully thinking. If they were smart, they would. But that's all another conversation for another day. I just think all in all, this is a whole hoopla of like whatever, and it's just coincidental. But we'll see. DEI, Black people issues, Black people products will always be a problem to somebody somewhere, i.e. the white people that just don't like us for whatever the reason. But they still buy our stuff because they can't deal without, seasoning now that they've been introduced to TikTok and YouTube and all that. But that's all a conversation for another day. I'm just going to be rambling on and on. But all I say is wherever you feel convenient to shop and spend your money, shop. But I don't think this is a huge thing. I just think it's one of those things where it's like coincidental and
I don't agree with that, Ricardo.
I don't
I
know.
think I
The
think a lot of these companies think they're entitled to a certain amount of the money from the population. You got to work and earn people's pay. Just giving up your money to a corporation just because it's a routine or because it's convenient, I think is ridiculous. I think a lot of the stuff that's out in the American economy is trash, and a lot of those trash companies, like look at Beats. Anybody that know about headphones know that the Beats headphones is not even the fifth, sixth, or seventh best headphone in the market, but it gets its sales because of notoriety, because of who's behind it, because of what the company is that produces it, and the popularity. But as far as like actual quality headphones, there's far better headphones on the market that actually cost less. Yeah, as a
Raycons,
consumer, huh?
Raycons.
Yeah. Right. As a consumer, I mean, we've already illustrated the American population is not the smartest, not too
Yep.
smart at all. I mean, we illustrated that during this election. You can't vote for something and now you're crying out loud like this. You gotta grin and bear it, and that means you gotta take it up the ass and stay quiet because this is what you pick.
No
So bend the hell
Vaseline.
over and stop making noises. So this is a problem. I think that a lot of companies need to earn that pay, and they're not. I mean, we've seen in just the food industry as well how they've made the packaging change the size of the packaging to make it look like it's the same thing, but you're getting less ounces. Again, we need to make these bastards earn the money that we're giving them. It shouldn't be a predetermined thing that you just do. You're just throwing money to corporations. I caught myself in that as well, and this is decades ago when I'd be like, "Why am I going to Walmart for? What? I don't have to buy this here. I don't have to do that. Why am I going to this company? Why am I going to that company?" I started, at least thinking about what I want to do and how I want to do it and make it. And my money matters. My money matters.
Mhm.
I don't want to hear anything else about like just bending the knee to a corporation. Those bastards need to earn your dough, man.
Don't bend
So
your knee to it like McDonald's, huh?
yeah, especially like McDonald's.
Yeah, you mean like what I
Especially like
said last show, huh?
yeah, whatever, man.
All right.
You feel like you won something. I don't know whether you think you won something
I
out of
already
that.
got that. I ain't
You
mad at that.
proved
Hey,
my point.
tell
You proved
tell
my
them
point.
you proved my point a second ago. Tell them stop giving their money to these corporations and start
That's what.
shopping with blacks.
Yeah.
There are apps now that can show you where you can find somebody black to buy whatever it is you need from. Stop being broke. I understand money's hard to come
Well,
by now, but you can find a black counterpart. Right now,
and that's good. That's good, but that's another issue in itself. Some of these black companies they need to get their game together because, especially these Jamaican restaurants, these bastards don't know nothing about customer service or even just logic.
hey,
Nothing.
and you know,
I agree with
black
that.
people don't know what customer service is. We grew up with Big Mama. Eat this and sit your ass down. You'll be all right. Stop acting like y'all trying to be Lily White and trying to. I don't like the way she talked to me. Shut up and get the food.
Yeah, if we can, the damn line's so long, and that
Hey,
damn fat woman just standing there. I just want my damn beef patty. This just happened last week, by the way.
that means it's good. If the line long, that means it's good.
And yet,
They open
yeah,
up a patty spot called Juicy in Orlando. Me and my boo already got a plan to go to. We trying to make a patty date.
Yeah.
Man, everybody know, man, you go to the soul food spot or whatever, man, you finna pay $50 for a plate. That's
Yeah.
you already know that, man. And
That's
again,
crazy.
but all that comes with exclusivity and demand. as far as what they would consider a rare product versus something that's widely available. At the end of the day, all of this is controlled by us, the consumer. At the end of the day, Vancat made the point. You know, you got to be smart with your money. You don't have to go to these places. Tell that to the person that's living in the food desert, or whatever the situation may be. It ain't all the same for everybody. It's just not. It's just a fact. So I mean, hell, back in the day, Kmart was the king of the ghetto store. You know what I'm saying?
But
Walmart ran Kmart up out of there.
no, seriously,
Ran them.
the number two.
Yeah, but Kmart was king back in the day. We ain't know nothing about no Walmart when I was little.
That's
We
true.
going
In the
to
80s,
Kmart.
Kmart was the king for real.
Yeah, we going to Kmart. That was the ghetto store. You know what I'm saying? Everything you
Yeah,
needed
but
was in Kmart.
the downfall of Kmart,
Was online.
was their dumbass. They just did not invest within the stores. They didn't upgrade for the times. They didn't do a lot of the strategic planning. Maybe because they didn't have DEI, because again, the DEI thing isn't all what you think. It's an advantage to having a diverse staffing with you, because now that comes with different ideas, different ways of thinking. You're able to relate to the same customer you're trying to reach out to. You can't really appeal to any kind of group, whether black, Asian, or whatever, and you got a bunch of crackers just in the back just telling these different nationalities what they're going to get. You're not really going to understand those other nationalities. So a lack of diversity is a detriment to business, actually. And it's a really stupid argument that Trump is making that really doesn't have any real merit to it. He made the ultimate DI decision with Hegseth, and look how his dumbass came. I mean, he's in there 2 months. He's already doing historically bad. I mean, it's just crazy. So DEI, he's trying to make that into a dog whistle buzzword.
He ain't trying. He already
And
did it.
people, well, he did, right? He did. But people should be smarter than that in these days and times to rebuke that immediately. And the fact that it wasn't done that way just says everything that needs to be said. So everybody needs to see the reckoning of what happened. And that's kind of why I'm not too mad. Like the night Kamala Harris lost, I was thinking about that. I was thinking we really need to see what is going to happen for people to understand. Because I'm tired of defending Democratic presidents and the history of like how much better this one does, how much better the country is. And it's like a nonsensical argument because it's not even close. It's not even close. And the fact that anybody would try to engage in the debate on that is ridiculous. It should just stop before it even starts. And the fact that we're not there and we have people emotionally buying into a Republican Party, frig them all. So we need to see what's happening now. So to destroy, hey, just like Mike, that fatalist thing does apply at certain times, and this seems to be one of them. All right. So I want to go into more of like what we're kind of talking about here, where
All I heard was Mike was right. Continue.
So Latinos for some reason it's very frustrating. Another demographic that's buying into Trump, Republican Party, and all this other nonsense. So they seem to want to be white while rebuking everybody else, especially blacks, which blacks are their closest ally. At least that's what I thought. But Fat Joe found out real quick that it's not that way anymore. So now we have Cubans finding out the reality of what it is to back Trump and the Republican Party. So I didn't edit this video. I'm just gonna go ahead and stream it here or share the screen. And hopefully I got it in the spot I need to. But we'll just get the gist of this video, and then we'll comment on what we see here. So I'm gonna share the screen.
Shifts in the Latino vote.
Those trends, political activist Thomas Kennedy says, is that young
younger Hispanics like himself were concerned about the economy. Our NBC6 poll amongst Florida voters conducted in October reflects that. 32% of voters across the state, regardless of race, said that the economy was the most influential issue in deciding a presidential candidate. 48% of Hispanics say their financial situation is worse than it was 4 years ago, something Democrats in Florida didn't capitalize on.
We must admit that they've not built the infrastructure or the message to counter this. And it's indicative of what happened, just a complete wipeout for the Florida Democrats.
But what about the younger progressive Cubans? Sebastian Arcos with the Cuban Research Institute says that trend died in 2015 when the Obama administration reopened the U.S. Embassy in Cuba.
Especially those Cubans that had arrived recently and had the hope that engagement would work better, became so disappointed with engagement that moved dramatically to the right.
Now keep that in mind. They voted on the economy, and one thing that we recognize is that they trusted the man whose economic plan was denounced by economists as being complete nonsense prior to the election, and he was going on double-digit personal bankruptcy. So aside from them trusting him on the economy and ignoring how the mass deportation signs might impact said economy, they also were holding against the Democrats that they were disappointed in how the re-engagement went with the Cuban government. Just keep that one. Yeah, just hold on to that one for later, because it's time to pick up the pieces after the election.
Del voto conservador, cuyo candidato realizó su...
En Miami hacen protesta en contra del gobernador Ron DeSantis por las leyes que quiere aplicar.
These are a bunch of Cubans in the streets of Miami, Florida, who just found out that when Trump becomes president...
All right, Gabby from Vegas, let's go ahead and pack your concentrate orders. So your brownie batter went back in stock today, so you went ahead and got 2 of those.
He's deporting all of them.
You didn't have to do the drum. You didn't have to do the drum. We got the point on that.
Trump supporters are now upset with Donald Trump's immigration policies because they are directly affecting them and their families. Now, this is specifically Cuban-American Trump supporters who thought likely that Donald Trump's policies wouldn't affect them at all. It would only affect people that didn't like Trump, that he didn't like, but not them.
Now, let's just absorb that for a moment, because it's taken till now for us to get to the issue of deportation. I had mentioned the mass deportation signs, but inherent in all of this support is an imagined immunity to this entire discussion. Somehow, all of the anti-brownness that had infused itself in their entire election campaign and throughout the entire campaign cycle did not apply to them for some reason. And if I'm going to guess, it would have a lot to do with that slip up where they said that they're voting a lot more like Americans.
Take a look at what Congresswoman Salazar had to say, who is a Cuban American and a Trump supporter. I'm urging Homeland Security to protect Cubans awaiting legal status adjustment through the Cuban Adjustment Act. Don't penalize them for Biden's screw-ups. Well, I have news for you, Ms. Salazar. This is not Biden who is doing this. This is happening to your constituents, their family members, to Cubans looking to come to America because of Donald Trump.
Now, let's address all of this. Let's start with the complete lack of accountability. The fact that you can sit here on the precipice of having the very group that you wanted protected, deported, and somehow make it Joe Biden's fault. See, it's that lack of accountability, it's that lack of honesty that has gotten your community right here. And by the way, you're not alone. I literally just saw that with the farmers for Trump.
What percentage of your soybeans is exported?
100% of my beans.
100%.
Right.
And he believes almost all of it has gone to China over the years. But with President Trump's tariff war, China is no longer buying U.S. soybeans. Income has plunged 20% on this farm over the last year because of that. Frank, who did you vote for president in 2016?
Mr. Trump.
Right?
Trump.
Mr. Trump.
If the election were today, Frank, would you vote for Donald Trump?
No way. Couldn't happen.
No.
You campaigned alongside him. He told you what he was going to do, and it was going to affect everybody. Now, I, for one, actually feel bad for the people who want to come here and have a better life. But for the people who voted for Donald Trump, this is what you get. Welcome to the find out phase. Hope you enjoy your stay.
Let's also address the fact that, as he just said, you campaigned alongside Donald Trump. So one of a few options definitely happened, Maria Salazar. Either he lied and misrepresented to you what in fact he was going to do, and you are deciding to still give him cover now, even at the expense of your own political career and the livelihoods of your constituency, or he told you exactly what he was going to do, and you kept that under your hat and allowed these people to put their trust in you and in Trump so he could get in office, only for them to have their lives ripped out from under them. That's it. Them's the choices, Maria Salazar. And while you ponder that, isn't it a little bit curious? Let's bring up that tweet again, because we talked about you before and saying that you wanted the protection for specific groups. And somehow those appear to be the specific groups that are being targeted. The Venezuelans could tell you that.
I pay my taxes. I follow the rules.
Alvaro Duran is a TPS recipient. He's in the process of obtaining a green card because he's married to a U.S. citizen. However, his mother and siblings are now in limbo.
Go back to Venezuela is not an option.
Not an option for hundreds of thousands of people who say they may face jail time or retaliation for speaking out against the Maduro regime that remains in power. In a TPS termination notice, DHS said in Venezuela there are notable improvements in several areas such as the economy, public health, and crime that allow for these nationals to be safely returned to their home country.
Conditions have not changed, actually have getting worse.
At a press conference in Doral Monday, Venezuelan Americans denounced the Trump administration and South Florida Republicans.
More than betrayed, beyond betrayed. They used us. They actually, during the campaign, and I don't want to make this political, but during the campaign, the elected officials from the Republican Party, they actually told us that he was not going to touch the documented people.
I'm starting to think she might be the mole. I don't know how it is that the exact groups that she wanted protection for are the exact groups that are catching hell. I don't understand that. Unless that was some kind of code where she was putting a warning out to tell y'all what it was.
As of yesterday, President Donald Trump decided to terminate the humanitarian parole program for citizens of Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba, and Haiti. Starting yesterday, the U.S. will no longer accept parolees under this program. As many of you know, under this program, citizens of those countries were eligible to come to the United States and live here for a period of 2 years and be allowed to work legally in the country. However, the administration has said that this goes against the priorities of the current administration and therefore will terminate the program. However, it is important to understand that there are still many options for people from around the world to be able to come to the U.S. legally.
Be white.
Using the right weight matters.
You know what? That was amazing. I know we tend to be long-winded, especially us three. No, especially me, Twin, and Van Cat. MD's not as bad as us. But so I'm going to say this, and I'm going to be real quick. I know that video was meant to elicit maybe 2% of bad feeling, like, oh, that's a shame, and 98% ha, ha, ha. But I want everyone to remember one thing. When that guy said, I should have wrote it down. When he said, we did it the right way. We didn't do it. We did it the way they tell us to do it. I want you to understand what that meant. He was trying to say in coded words, we ain't the blacks. That's what he was saying. He was saying, hold up, we didn't do it like the blacks. We came here, we worked hard. He's trying to say we don't. So I have absolutely, positively no sympathy for y'all. We were getting hell, and you guys sat around and watched. You guys like to come in and act like you had a part of the civil rights movement. You didn't. You jumped in after we already got the rights and came from your countries to come up here. You all like to act like you got it as bad as us. You all love to say, oh, it's black, but it's black and brown. But as soon as you had a chance to stand with us, you hopped on, jumped on Team Trump, and thought he was going to treat y'all special. Well, he is. He's going to make sure you're the first people he send out. Y'all going to be special on the way out. Holla at your boy. And don't my girl look cute? My girl look cute. Look at my girl. Hold on, look at this picture. Ooh, my girl killing it. How am I reaching, Trevor? How am I reaching?
I don't know what Vancat at, so go ahead, Ricardo. I don't know what's going on.
Vancat said he quit.
Yeah, I'm just one of those people that is like, oh, so now y'all want to do the whole walk back and talk about, oh, we're not gonna vote. If we had the chance to do it all over again, vote for him. You guys had ample time to do your homework. You were being literally warned from us, the black folks, about what was going to be coming. But no, you guys were like, no, you're going to treat us different. We're the special club members. And look what's happening now. You had that one guy that his wife was like illegally here. And he was like, but I voted for Trump. So what did you think was going to happen? You think they're going to be like, oh, we're just going to put you in a special case and she's not going to get to go? No more pum pum for your for you, monsieur. No, you're not getting no more. You gonna find a new Spanish bride. You gonna either you gotta go back to El Salvador or wherever she was coming from, and you gonna get her to come back up the correct means or way. But no one's immune. When I mean, I'm telling you, people who have been here for years, like and the new stipulation now, which is so funny. Because if you're a permanent resident, they're like saying, if you've not been in this country for because you have a certain amount of time if you're a permanent resident, you're a green card member. If you're not literally in the country anymore, they're taking that away from you now too. So no one's immune. But I'm getting back to y'all Hispanics. When y'all effort on and find out it's not, well, Twin, I'm just gonna go out and say it. It's a ha ha he he moment. Y'all knew better. You see what I'm saying? Y'all knew better, but y'all thought you were circumstantially better off and y'all in a better position. And we're not like them. This is the new term that you're going with. We're not like them folks. No, you're all under the same category, you morons. They were gonna kick you out regardless. And I just don't understand for the life of me why y'all thought it was like you're in a special club, but I digress. This is what happens now going forward. When y'all are trying to make your decisions to vote and y'all think, because you know what it is? When they have that wet foot, dry foot thing where, and you have the Cubans, I'm speaking to y'all specifically, the Floridian Cubans that are here. When you guys come up a specific way where you're allowed to put your foot on sand and you're like automatically you get asylum treatment, the rest of the people that are behind you don't get that. They're literally set back like the minute they enter this country, like domain-wise. So y'all are privileged in a sense, but don't get it twisted. They don't see you the same, and they never will. Your skin color might give you a little unfair advantage if you start speaking Spanish. Now, then that's a whole different conversation to be had. If you try to speak like code switch, because if y'all don't know what code switching is, that's a whole other thing. Y'all need to get into the know. But this whole thing is just like it's just funny to just watch, the crumbling and the if we had the chance we're having voter remorse. Please sit down somewhere, because we're not new to voting. Like, if you know how to do your homework and your due diligence, you would have known better. But you, again, like my twin said, y'all thought you were in a special club. Y'all thought you were the chosen ones. Y'all are now the minority group. Am I mistaken when I say that? MD and Twin and Venkat? Black folks ain't the minority in the country anymore. You all are, the Hispanics. So I'm gonna need y'all to get your act and your shit together and stop acting like y'all brand new, because y'all coming up a certain way and y'all do certain things. This whole DACA thing, this whole thing where they're all gonna start targeting y'all next. And there's a particular reason why they do this. They started, if you all know your history again, because I'm not gonna babble too much. When they were coming up with this whole thing where they're like, because I'm gonna give you a little historical facts. You know why they started banning marijuana in this country? It wasn't because it was a bad illegal thing. It was because it was making a lot of money. At some point, somewhere, they had to stick it to somebody. You know who they sticked it to? The black folks. And you know who they also sticked it to as well? The Hispanics. Y'all little known people tend to forget history a lot when it comes to like being marginalized. But you guys keep thinking again, y'all are in different categories. You are all looked at one of the same. So when you hear black folks saying we're gonna sit this one out and watch y'all figure it out, we ain't joking. So figure it out now. Now that you have literally 3 more years to go, because we just skipped 1 year. If you're gonna think about it politically, y'all need to figure out where you're gonna go forward from here. Because this whole DACA, this whole thing where you thought you were special clauses, and we wet foot, white foot, you Cubans that are like in South Florida, and then we're not like the Venezuelans, we're not like the. You're all looked at in the same category. Get your shit together, figure out what you're going to be doing, because 2026 midterms is almost here. When it does come, figure out how you're going to vote in terms of your special interests. Do you want Puerto Rico to be a state? Yes or no? Or is it still going to be look like a shithole, or whatever you want to call it? Figure it out, because it can become a state if you guys decide to vote. But that's a whole other conversation. MD's going to kill me on that one. But I say all of this to say, special interest wise, y'all need to know where your initiatives fall, because black folks cannot keep saving y'all. And we're not going to, because we're no longer the minority. I'll move on.
Yeah, I got clipped off because I didn't realize my battery was low. I was wondering why the screen got dark. I didn't realize that it was dying.
Your excuse, shame on you, Venkat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I say
we got
MD,
MD
go
the
ahead.
B mic. We got the MD B mic. He gonna handle it. Go ahead, B mic.
No, it's all good. Yeah, I mean, so first and foremost, we got to understand. I don't try to shame Hispanics as much. It's FAFO. That's a fact. But I don't try to shame as much, because I kind of empathize with them based on the fact that they got put in a similar situation as we did. Why a lot of Hispanics Republican in the first place? It was based on a once Republican principle that was put forth by Reagan, especially when it comes to the Cubans, talking about them specifically. There would be no vast Cuban population in Florida without Reagan. That's a fact. He gave them the path.
It wasn't Reagan. It was LBJ.
You talking about Cuban Missile Crisis? I'm talking about the Immigration Reform Act in '86.
Wait, speaking of that, MD, though, do you think the wet foot, dry foot is fair, though, in terms of everybody else like not getting the same kind of fair treatment that they're getting with speciality?
I mean, it was used as a tactic. You can't deny that.
But why do we still into this very day, though? Like, I don't understand. And yes, we could say Obama got rid of it, but it's still looked at as a precursor for them coming in and going, oh, my foot touched the sand, so I'm I'm automatically asylum seeking. Like, nah, you don't get that.
I'll talk on that. What you about to say, Venkat?
No, I was gonna put up the other part of the video where they talk exactly about what you're saying. I think I got it, but keep going. I'll let you know when I got it.
Well, I'm not talking. You're talking about just the overall principle of immigration. I'm talking in specific about a certain or specific situation in regards to what was happening at that time in the 80s. It was a lot. We had an immigration problem in the 80s with a lot of illegals coming in. Reagan gave them all paths to citizenship in the Immigration Reform Act. That's a fact. Most of them we know were of Hispanic descent. Specifically, what the video was talking about was Cubans. We know why Cubans are mostly Republican in Florida.
Scarface.
Well, that and what was that boat called in the 80s? The Muriel. It was something like that. Remember, Jimmy Carter. That was actually a campaign strategy by Reagan. Jimmy Carter didn't want to let those people in. Reagan, during his campaign, essentially forced it. So specifically talking about
Reagan was what he did was he created the cocaine cowboy situation because he brought Fidel had some people come over.
Yeah, the Mariel boat.
He brought the worst of the worst over, and then that created the cocaine cowboy stuff in the 80s in Miami.
I agree with you, and that's what I'm saying. Remember, Jimmy Carter didn't want during the campaign. Jimmy Carter said no. They basically put a vice on Jimmy Carter to essentially let them people in. It happened after the president, after the election and all that, and they eventually, I forget the name of that boat. Y'all was around that time. What was the name of the boat?
I was not politically astute in the 80s, sir.
I forget the name of the boat. But that was a specific situation that happened. In 86.
The Love Boat.
It was some kind of boat. I forget what it was. In 86, he signed in the Immigration Reform Act. That's when the floodgates start to open. Because he gave all those illegals a path to citizenship. That's just a fact. And they all hailed Ronald Reagan. Same situation as us. We was under Jim Crow. We couldn't do nothing. LBJ, the JFK, then LBJ came in, signed the Civil Rights Act. We all hailed Democratic. Same situation. But now they, just like you may say that we was in a FO stage, now they in the FO stage. That's just what it is. I can't, it's not my beef. I ain't got nothing to do with it. But I'm telling you, like we always say, your policies change based on the particular situation that or the parameters that you're surrounding yourself with right now. So, some may argue with me because we isolate ourselves in a lot of these communities where our knowledge is so low. We don't understand what's going on. And that's why I don't defend the whole situation, do for self. If segregation never ended, we wouldn't be in this situation. That's all poppycock to me. It's dumb. Because the way that we view ourselves, whether it's socio-economical or socio-political, will always change. Don't stay the same. It's impossible. This is the argument that I constantly have with Yanka, because he believes in stuff like that. Not knowing that the reason your black ass is in America is based on that very principle. That's just a fact. We were all tribalistic at one point in time. Resources get low, guess what? If your palate get dry enough, you might just go and take what you need. That's exactly what happened. So there is no conformity in an idea that we can all just self-isolate and then we'll just be like an ant farm, fully functional, whatever. No, it don't work like that. Not in the age of capitalism. So they in the FO stage, F around, and you find out. They in the find out stage. That's just what it is. Because Trump don't give a damn about no Republican principle. What was the reason behind the efforts that Reagan put forth with the immigration bill? Anti-communism. That's a Republican principle. No more. No more. That's what it was, Trevor, the Mariel boat. That was a steepness in a Republican principle. Not in MAGA America, it ain't.
All right, I'm gonna play another part of a clip from the video. Give me 1 second here.
And I know there's going to be some people out there that's like, that's not even a thing. That's not a real issue. But it is. I grew up hearing freaking racist remarks made towards Black people. And I heard it often. And I know so many other people did. And not only is it about anti-Blackness, it's also about internalized racism that some Latinos, including myself when I was a child, felt the need to be white because I saw white people being treated better. And in my mind, I'm like, well, if I'm white, or if I consider myself white, or if I tell people that I'm white, then I am going to be treated better. I didn't understand as a child why I even felt that, but we are socialized as a society to want that unless you break out of the freaking matrix and you realize, oh my gosh, we're all being oppressed by the same freaking systems.
It's this part for me. I was born in Cuba, and while some people think I was born under communism, the truth is I was born under Project 2025. When you have the government telling you what you can read, what you can listen to, how you can think, and who you can love, for me, the option is clear. I did not leave Cuba to end up in another authoritarian government. That's the reason I'm voting for Harris Walls. It's that part. I'm like, you're mad that they have a relationship with the Cuban government, but this one is exhibiting all of the worst aspects of why you left in the first place? Well, the only thing left to do now is just stick together. Y'all got to stick together as a community.
Woke up to outrage from people from all over Central America, all kinds of countries. Why? Because the Cubans just got singled out by the Trump administration. Why? Almost 50,000 of them claimed asylum, came here from Cuba because they said their lives were in danger in Cuba. So they claimed asylum. Cuba has special laws in place with America. So after you've been here for 1 year, you get a permanent resident card. You don't have to go through a bunch of hoops to get it. You get it really quick. Problem is, their data is completely tracked. And you know what they all did? They all went home. They all went back to, after they got their permanent resident card, they all flew back to Cuba to visit mom, dad, Theo, grandpa, everybody. And it's all been tracked. And that's why these 50,000 people almost from Cuba have just put the radar on the fact that people are coming here, claiming asylum, and then flying back to their country. And this is what angers so many people from other countries, because they know now that this data has been released, that all their trips have been tracked. And they've gone back to their countries. And the huge spotlight that has just been put on people with permanent resident cards that claimed asylum but went back to their homes. And they're saying, why couldn't you just do it right? Why couldn't you just not go? Some of us did it right. Some of us came here, enjoy the freedoms America gives us, and we've had grandparents pass, we've had parents, sisters, brothers in our country pass, and we don't go back because we won't risk what we have here in America. And the people in our country understand that. We were fortunate to get here, and we're going to try our best to stay here, but they're afraid that that's putting a huge spotlight on the whole asylum thing. And will it happen to other countries? Will they get the spotlight put on them too? Because some of their people are doing the same thing the Cubans just got caught for.
Haley, can you grab Remy's food? Yay! Good job, sweetie.
Man, you need to get YouTube Premium.
Well, I mean, at least Marco Rubio will have your back.
Resettlement, Cubans, Haitians. But let me just focus on the Cuban one because I know that one well. So if you come from Cuba, you are presumed to be
Marco Rubio, you're bad.
So you automatically are eligible for refugee cash. You're eligible for food stamps. You're eligible for Medicaid. Others who immigrate to this country have to wait 5 years for those and don't get the refugee cash. But within a year, depending if you're paroled, you can apply for a green card. And then you can travel back to Cuba as often as you want, multiple times. You can take cash. You can buy stuff with the food stamps. I've seen it. Okay, this is not, I didn't read this in a magazine. I've seen it. They use the food stamps, they fill up these bags, and they take it back to Cuba over there, or they just transfer cash back. Some people go back to Cuba for 3 months at a time. They've been here a year. How, if you are fleeing persecution, how can it be that a year later you are spending summers in Cuba? How can it be that less than a year later you're traveling back 6, 8 times a year to Cuba? I've never heard of people fleeing persecution going back to a place repeatedly. There's an issue here, is there not?
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. But what I can say is, I think the other groups had a point. I can see where the other groups are coming from with their characterization. Yeah. But you know, the music earlier that y'all were playing was pretty live, though. I didn't agree with the lyrics, but the music was straight. Thank you, guys.
All right. So there we go. What are our thoughts here on that?
Let MD go first because we'll take it off topic.
No, I mean, yeah, I agree with that. So essentially what that video broke down was that there's a clear break in the immigration process, clearly, in the asylum process specifically. This is something that we know a few years back when Biden tried to rectify that situation with a bill that was co-authored by a Democrat and a Republican. Am I correct on that, Venkat?
Yes, sir.
And then Trump said, no, don't do that, Because if he fixes the problem, then I ain't got nothing to run on. Am I correct on that?
Facts.
So I'm just saying. I'm just saying here. All the while, essentially the lives of an entire ethnic group was put on the balancing scale. So again, like this is stuff that you must discuss in order to have a conversation like this. We've known for decades that there's a problem with the immigration process. For decades, we've known that. No sensible person would agree that people should just willy-nilly be able to get into the country and do whatever they want to do and have a forever wait time to see about their immigration status. Because that's what it was, a forever wait. Your estimated wait time is forever. So just do what you want to do in the country till then. That's what the asylum process was. Why?
For
because
Cubans.
Huh?
For Cubans only.
Well, I mean, it was like that, period. That's just a fact. Now, again, when it comes to the Cuban situation, Marco Rubio had a point. The whole point of asylum, per the Geneva Convention and international law, is for people to come to seek refuge from persecution, whatever. How can you come seek refuge from persecution, then go back and say, I'm going to go get chill for a second, and I'll be back? Even though I'm being persecuted. That's facts.
Man, I agree with everything you said except for one thing, bro.
What's that?
That Cubans weren't specialized in getting that card to come stay here forever. Because they were sending Haitians back by the triples.
You're right.
All right. Because that's what Van Cat was trying to say. Cubans had it specifically for them because we had beef with Castro, because we had beef with Russia.
And that's what I mentioned in the last segment. All of this is politically motivated. All of it. The whole reason this whole thing started with the Cubans in the 80s was because of anti-communism, which is a staple in the Republican Party. We know this. Well, it's no longer a staple, but it was back then.
It can't be a staple when your boss is Putin.
And there you go.
So let me get this straight, MD. So LBJ is the one that created that loophole for Cubans, who is a Democrat. Now, here go to what I was talking about earlier, about how Democrats are the ones that actually do the work to make lives better. Since that time, for some reason, the Cubans generalize the Democrats as not being overly, as MD said earlier, when it came to the black community, Black MAGA, coming into their communities and overly like trying to win them over and all this stuff. They didn't do that theatric. So the Republicans did that. So that was good enough for Cubans to take a lifetime attachment to the Republican Party and just throw tar and feather on Democrats.
No. We are not going to do that, Mr. Van Cat.
No.
If you want to blame anybody for that, blame the Democrats, because Democrats are pathetic. They are pathetic. Republicans run the same game on Democrats they've always run. They start at 0, then Republicans go to -30. Then they look at the Democrats and go, look at them Democrats at 0. Ew. And the Democrats come to -20. And then the Republicans run to -60 and go, oh, look at these -20s. Who was ever at 20? That's gross. And then the Democrats run over to -50. And then next thing we know, we're not having an argument about +20, +30, +50. We're in the negatives living there. That they do it every time.
And also, again, we know we are a fickle people. They go on what have you done for me lately politics. That's just what it is. We can't go to the generalization of what you're talking about. I agree with everything you said, Venkat, but we're talking about go ahead.
Right. No, I'm just saying. So it's just like what I've been saying earlier. So what Mike is saying is all this stuff that has to do with image. What I'm talking about with the Democrat, I don't care about all that other stuff. And again, we got a bunch of chest thumpers here that love to do it the strong, manly way, and Cubans are acting the same way. But the reality and the imagery are two different things. It's because the Democrats, they got that loophole. And then they go home, they chill. Oh, we're trying to avoid prosecution, hell in our home country, but they go back and have vacations there and chill out. And meanwhile, just like Mike said, the Haitians are getting thrown out like by the thousands. They can't even touch the land before they already get caught. And then you turn around, you come in here, you vote as Cubans unanimously for Republicans and for Republican causes. And now it's getting to the point where now it's starting to turn around on them. And now it's a problem. And that's my problem. An issue or a problem can't be a problem when it comes to you. It was a problem before it got there. And as a matter of fact, when you didn't have it addressed earlier, by the time it got to you, it became a bigger problem. And that's the irony that never gets focused on. And that's all I wanted to bring up on that. The straight lunacy of the Cuban community. And it's been something we've all talked about and said at some point in our lives, but we're not diving into it. It's ridiculous.
I can tell you why it doesn't get focused on.
Go ahead.
Because if we focused on their hypocrisy, we'd have to focus on ours.
There you go. There you go. And the same,
you might be right,
same
Mike.
faults that we discussing it as it pertains to the Cubans are the same faults that we went through.
Yep.
Almost to the T.
And let's be clear.
By your logic, Venkat, by your logic, based on the fact that we got freed and got all these acts under Republicans, we should still be Republicans. Under the logic. I'm not saying you saying that, Venkat, at all. What I'm saying is based on that logic. But we know a timeline of events happened. And then on down the line, we got the Civil Rights Act that was solidified through the Democrats. No question about that.
But the timeline makes sense though, MD. We're talking about the 60s, 70s, around that time period, civil rights time. We're talking about there was a move with white racists getting them mad at the Democrats for not being racist and actually having black-friendly legislation. Once that happened, they jumped ship to the Republican. So those white racists went to the Republican Party instantaneously. And that is the reason why. In the
same goes for the Cubans, though. LBJ did that. I think it was called the Freedom Flights or whatever.
Right.
He did the same thing for the same reason, because of communism.
Right.
What did the Democrats, the Dixiecrats, the Blue Dogs at that time said no, and they went over. Did the America First agenda, all that stuff, the model majority, all of that. Eventually, Reagan had to say, "Hey, hold on. A situation happened. The boat happened. It was a significant point in history at that particular time. He took advantage of it, signed legislation, and all the Cubans said, "Thank you, Mr. Republican white man. We're going to ride with you." Same thing.
I don't think so, but go ahead. Go ahead.
That's all I wanted to say. It's history in motion.
I just want to say, hey, all of you out there being mad at the Cubans, if the Cubans were the ones who got pulled into slavery in America and there was a little island called Black America, and they gave us the same options, we'd do it too. We'd run over here. Matter of fact, I know people that do that. I know people that come to America, buy up a bunch of stuff, go back home and sell it. It's more capitalistic, but I'm pretty sure the Cubans are selling the food they bring back to Cuba at a premium. We would all do it. Every single one of us, every single race. White people do it too. I tell you all about how white people had all those Mexicans deported that were Mexican dentists, and now they all go over to Mexico to get their teeth done and not go to their American white dentist. It's all hypocritical. We all do it. So I understand we don't want people to come in the country unabated, just walked in like it's nothing. I agree with that. But I also agree with what the Cubans did when they got here. You got to take advantage while you can. And that's it. Go ahead, Twin. You've been quiet a long time.
No, you guys have brought up like good, valid points. It's one of those things where I feel like, and I agree with you. If they give you a loophole or somewhere where you could access, by all means, I think you take advantage of it. But don't sit there and then chastise the people that come behind you when you took advantage of the same loophole, if you know what I'm saying. And
Oh, I agree, 100%.
that's the issue that I think I'm seeing a lot of, where I'm seeing the highfalutin crowd now that have now, reached the upper echelon of the status hole, now saying, oh, we're not like those people that are just coming here. We're completely different. No, you ain't. You went through the same channels they went through. So how do you turn your back now and say, oh no, this doesn't affect me now. Like, I'm a citizen now. I have no idea what you're talking. Like, no, that's just a little bit highfalutin for me. But
Nah, because my name doesn't have the apostrophe in anymore. It's DeSantos, not DeSantos.
it doesn't have the Hispanic flair to it anymore. So they became Americanized. No, there's nothing wrong with you assimilating, and there's nothing wrong with you, being what you call it. But let's not forget the same channel that you came through, the same hoops you jumped through, is the same ones that Pedro and the rest of them and Miguel's them are trying to get through now. So when they go all highfalutin and come on TV and act like, oh, we're holier than thou, and we're not like those folks. We're not like the Miguels and the Pedros. We were not like yes, you were. So I'm gonna need y'all to stop that. The people that are now looking down on the bottom of the people that are like trying to get here. It's all one of the same, but that's the only thing. Like my twin said, there's nothing wrong with you taking advantage of the loopholes and all of that to get through the channel. The problem is when you start looking like, oh, we're not like those, or we're not like them, or they ain't like us. It becomes a problem for me, because now you're saying you're literally just chastising people that literally are trying to get their foothold through. And who's to say they're not going to be beneficial in the long run? That's the problem. When you hear these like newscasters interview these people and they just start acting all highfalutin, it's like, really? That's all we're talking? But I digress. But I just say all of this to say, when the time comes and it start hitting you in the head, where you're like, oh, but we're special. No, if you've seen how they treated us, it's the same exact way they're gonna treat y'all. But who are we to tell y'all now? Because y'all now hit the upper echelon of we're the majority minority in the country. So y'all feel like y'all doing something. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Hey, twin, you just defined white supremacy. I came in a way, and then I sold out other people that looked a little different for coming in the same way. That sounds like America to me.
All right, so Maria asked a question. She said, how many immigrants do you want to bring in over the next 20 years? 100 million.
It doesn't matter however many go about it the right process, the Republican answer.
There you go. And as long as the infrastructure economically can support it, what it matter? It don't matter. You know what I mean? I got an idea. Why not allow global trade in order to facilitate economic structure everywhere? So you ain't got to go nowhere. Shouldn't have to come to the UN. Yeah, I mean, that's just a thought. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if they did that, they'd have to police and make sure the cartels don't disrupt the trade, because corruption is going to happen. And America's only like to help other people when there's a benefit. And ain't no oil in Mexico.
Yeah,
ain't no oil in Cuba.
There's
So
no
they got to get for themselves.
No, not yet though, Mike. It's the same thing when they said about, like, I bet you anyone, if they find oil or discover barrels of oil in Jamaica or Cuba,
it'll switch.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be the first one to go and be like, oh, but you remember when we came and gave you such and such? You haven't forgotten that, right? So we should be the first in line. It's the same crap over and over again. Now they're telling, if y'all didn't hear the story by now, which the Bayesian government had to put the US in their place. They were saying, if y'all didn't know this, during the pandemic, the Cuban healthcare workers were the one that really benefited the Caribbean countries a lot, because they went in, and if you're not aware, that the Cuban healthcare workers are really like one of the set of because I remember this like when I was a little bit younger growing up in Jamaica. They are very sought after because of the way that they handle certain crisis, moments whenever it comes about. And the U.S. government, like Marco Rubio, who is actually ironically, like he says, is from Cuban heritage, then goes to go to the Caribbean region and go, oh, if you guys don't do such and such, we're going to put tariffs on you guys, and we're going to do. So the Bayesian government had to be like, let me remind the Caribbean community of how beneficial the Cuban healthcare workers were to us during the pandemic. Let's not lose sight of that. And how dare you come in and try to bully us? We're not going to stand for that crap. Now they're going to go, oh, but if you guys are buying Venezuelan oil, we're going to put high tariffs on you now. So it's that whole bullying thing that they're coming in the Caribbean with. Let me just say this to say, Marco Rubio and crew, please be aware of what you're doing, because now, and we said this a while back, when the U.S. start doing things by itself alone, and there comes a crisis moment where the rest of the world, you now want to sought after their help, it's not going to work for you in those moments. And this is one of those moments now where I think it's becoming crucial, where if you don't mind short, you're going to hear, like for instance, Mexico now, I heard, is trying to come up with a way where they don't have to go to the Panama Canal region. They could now, move their merchandise or their products across with trains. Like the ships come one way from one side of the Pacific and go across the opposite way. They could bypass all of that now with execution of the Chinese government using, whatever power. It's all strategy. So I don't know what Trump has again, I keep saying this, the only thing short term, what about the long-term effects of what you're doing? I don't know, but what do I know? I went through this for the first time during how many years ago with Trump 1.0? I'm sure it's going to be the same thing, but then there was Project 2025. So what do I know again? Somebody jump in, because I feel like I'm babbling.
So
That's what happens when you let C+ students run the country.
C+ students. I'd like to say thanks here to D-Lock. Give him a $10 super chat. And on here he says, yeah, my major issue with Cubans is their hate and bigotry. Outside of that, they did what anyone else would have done. That goes to what MD and Mike and Avocado was saying here. And then earlier, D-Lock also said, sadly, segregation will force us to have to work together. Then there'll be a civil war between black folks and niggas. We'll literally have to build in another country. Blacks will forever be targeted. Anybody
I'm
has
sorry.
anything on that?
I know the world likes to hate niggas and they think niggas are the worst thing in the world. I'm sorry, y'all. We need them, because when the itch hit the fan, it's time to bust shots. I don't see none of these buttoned up Carlton people trying to do anything like that. All they're gonna do is march.
See that comment was very telling. It was very telling. Very, very revealing. What he just did, and like I said, I shout out to him. What he just did was antiquate certain, I guess you would say, divisions of black people,
right?
As it pertains to what economic standing,
economic
standing. What makes a nigga at the end of the day?
White people. They decide all of y'all niggas.
in the realistic term, because again, he talking about, okay, if this segregation thing happened, we'll be for. I don't agree with that, but we'll be quote unquote forced to work together, right?
Yep.
Basically, differentiating high value Negroes as it pertains to what they think society looks like versus a low income Negro, i.e. a nigga.
Right.
Niggas' behavioral patterns are usually parallel with a financial situation.
Agreed.
So we just throw them niggas away, is what D-Lock is talking about. It's gonna be all out war, trying to stave off niggas from niggas that are productive and so on and so forth, that got the capital to do so. I don't agree with that, because that's not helping the issue at all. Again, and this goes to show you again, when you look at certain isolationist viewpoints and think that, okay, We in Jim Crow 2.0 now. Now we must fend for ourselves. And you do the same exact thing that the white man did in order to differentiate certain subgroups based on economic purposes. I see, and it's a cycle.
That's what Michael told you, right? They learn white supremacy and then they put it on their own people.
Well, see, I don't agree with that because that's again, how did we get to the Western world? Off of that principle alone, we didn't know nothing. We didn't know nothing about no white folks prior to what was going on until they came, and we capitalized, no pun intended, off of a certain group of Negroes.
Right.
So you can call it white supremacy. I call it opportunistic changes in societal harms.
Now,
that's what I call it.
That would be good if there wasn't the connotation of what they do. Because it'd be different if they said, okay, we're going to do it by financial windfall or who has the highest pay rate or who has the highest earning potential. But they always do it that way and then add the race component to it. That's why it's white supremacy. It's only white supremacy because whites are in control over here. If this was happening in Africa, it'd be black supremacy.
Okay, I got you.
I'm fair.
I just call it a failed resource-based system, i.e. communalism, i.e. congregationalism, whatever name you want to put it. It's a failed system, and history show it.
I agree. But so why does it live so long?
Well, no, it don't live so long. We're seeing the resurrection of it now. Capitalism is the king. Capitalism is what rule. Hold on, what you mean?
This thing has been here the entire time. Just because it takes a back seat when there's money to be made doesn't mean it's not running shit.
Okay, so it's been dormant. I give you that. Okay. It's been dormant. We've seen South, like I said, we can go back to World War II, the first America First move. We can go back to a lot of examples to use. It's been dormant because it's money to be made at the end of the day.
Exactly. Now that China's becoming China and the resources are a little thin, now people gonna start buying gold. Hey, I'm buying gold. Go ahead and give me your gold. I'll give you top money for it. You know, when that start happening, then the little what they call the militias and all that, the white American Mujahideen starts popping up.
White American Mujahideen. You know, I was sick for like the past 4 days. I had a lot of home time. I start playing Cyberpunk 2077.
Why would you do that to yourself?
It's a good game. It's good.
Oh, fixed it. They finally fixed it.
I just downloaded it. What was that, Thursday? It's a great game, actually. I've been immersed in it.
A whole lot of bugs in it when it dropped, bro.
Yeah, I didn't play it. Yeah, I didn't play it when it first dropped.
Yeah.
That Vancat, Mike, because I know y'all game. Ricardo, I don't know what you play.
Ricardo plays with his baby.
Oh yeah,
that's all the time he got.
I got you, man. Hey, I know the feeling.
Yes.
Go play that game. That game is basically what we're talking about right now. It's all about capitalism.
Oh yeah.
I'm talking about, man, they get so political in that damn game. I said, damn, I enjoy it mostly for that. Yeah, and they talk and the city is ran by the corpos.
Yep.
They pit people together. Man, play the game. It's a great game. Like I said, I ain't had no issue with it, technical wise. It's great.
Only MD plays the game is like, now this is an individualism. I can see it. I see the guys.
It is, yeah. It's great. I love it.
Tuesday MD is my favorite. You're right above Angry Van Cat. Nothing can ever beat Angry Van Cat. You're right below him, right below him.
All right, so it's about time to go into session here. There was a 2-minute video. I don't know if you guys wanted to see it or not. It was supposed to be on last week's show. I don't know if you heard of it. I guess we don't need to do it, but it was the Starbucks issue, the lawsuit, where someone threw hot coffee on a guy, and but we don't have to do that one. We'll just go on a lame duck session, and this is lame duck number 76. So let's find out who is the latest lame duck. Let's go now.
First things first, in this lame duck session.
For the United Nations General Assembly to share the extraordinary progress we've made. In less than 2 years, my administration has accomplished more than almost any administration in the history of our country. America's so true. Didn't expect that reaction, but that's okay.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You're trying your best, but it never feels like enough.
I started having second thoughts almost the moment I sat down on the plane.
Lights off! Off! Turn them off. They're too bright. Turn them off. Turn them off. Let's go. Ready? Turn
We go back a long way. She was 12, I was 30, but anyway.
So I changed my return flight and flew back on the first available flight I could take.
I'm sick and tired of smart guys. I'm sick and tired of ordinary people being fleeced. I'm tired of being quiet. I'm sick and tired. I'm just sick and tired. We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
With great power comes great responsibility.
These lights are so bright in my eyes that I can't see too many people out there. But I can only see the black ones. I can't see any white ones. You see? That's how far I've come. That's how far I've come. That's a long way, isn't it? These lights. You want to see a bird graveyard? You just go. Take a look. A bird graveyard? Go under a windmill someday. You'll see more birds than you've ever seen ever in your life.
On Monday this week, President Donald Trump went to the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C., where he has recently fired the entire board and appointed himself as the new chairman. While skulking around that national cultural treasure on Monday, where he now personally intends to choose awardees. So get ready for a lot of, kid rock and children's choirs who sing songs about the greatness of Donald Trump. While he was skulking around the halls of the Kennedy Center on Monday, President Trump on Monday announced, surprise, that the very next day he would be releasing all files related to the investigation of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy in 1963. All files on this subject with no redactions would be released the next day, on Tuesday. And so, because he said so, and what else is government other than just whatever Donald Trump says, because he said so, the National Archives on Tuesday, in fact, posted online over 60,000 pages of government documents on this subject. So he says it on Monday. They posted this stuff on Tuesday. Now, it's Friday Eve now, right? It's Thursday night. For all the conspiracy theories and drama that we as a country have built up around the JFK assassination in the past 60 plus years, ask yourself this. Over the last couple of days, have you heard anything in the news? Have you seen any big headlines about the amazing revelations in these documents? Have you seen news stories about how, wow, these new documents finally shed new light on the assassination, or that, some previously unknown fact about it has been revealed and this changes everything? Have you seen any news stories like that? No, you have not. And that is because the documents that genius Donald Trump insisted on Monday had to be released on Tuesday. Those documents were almost entirely documents that had been previously released to the public under President Joe Biden when he released a bunch of them, under other presidents who had released other stuff. Almost all of this stuff had previously been released anyway. But this was a little different, right? Because Donald Trump, genius, insisted that the documents he was ordering to be released, these documents would have to be unredacted. He made that explicit in his order. Totally unredacted, nothing crossed out. And so, on his orders, they released all of these documents that had been previously released, except this time they had nothing crossed out, nothing redacted. And it turns out, you know what had been redacted the other times they had released these documents? You know what had been under those black boxes in previous releases of these same documents? You know what was under the Sharpie scratch-outs on all these pages? Turns out what had been redacted was the social security numbers and birth dates of tons and tons of random people who worked for the government around the time that the Kennedy assassination was being investigated. Ta-da! So that is what he has ordered released. That's the big revelation from Donald Trump. Headline: White House seeks to contain damage from personal data in Kennedy files. Headline: Social security numbers and other private information unmasked in JFK files. These geniuses, these big brains. Among the people who Donald Trump has just doxed by publishing his full and unredacted social security number for no reason at all is his own lawyer, Joe DeGeneva, who worked for the Trump campaign and who represented Trump on some of the weirdest Russia and Ukraine stuff. In the Washington Post, quote, former Trump campaign lawyer Joseph DeGeneva, age 80, whose private information was included in the release, said, quote, it's absolutely outrageous. It's sloppy, unprofessional. DeGeneva continued, quote, it's like a first grade elementary level rule of security to redact things like that. First time in my life I've ever knowingly agreed with Joseph DeGeneva. But that's just the start. The Washington Post further discovered that Donald Trump, in his infinite wisdom, has just published the full, accurate, and complete, quote, social security numbers, birthplaces, and birth dates of not just random people, including his own lawyer, but, quote, more than 100 staff members of the Senate Church Committee and more than 100 social security numbers of staff members of the House Select Committee on Assassinations, which investigated the killing of John F. Kennedy. Now, awkwardly for Trump in terms of what he has wrought here, and awkwardly for the rest of us because of the grammar involved, the Post also has to sort of gingerly note that many of these staff members of the Assassinations Committee are themselves still alive. Right? I mean, just because they were on the Assassinations Committee doesn't mean they're not still alive and kicking. And now Donald Trump has ordered all of them to be very thoroughly doxxed, which, among other things, appears to be quite illegal. Both the Washington Post and the New York Times spoke with experts who told them that this very well looks illegal. What Trump just did here appears to pretty bluntly violate U.S. privacy law. At least one person who had his or her social security number published by Trump has started discussing bringing a lawsuit against the government for having done this. Probably pretty good grounds to do that. It's also helpful to keep in mind who exactly we're talking about here, right? If these people were Senate staff members and House Select Committee staff members in the 1960s and 70s on committees that were doing intelligence investigations and the investigation of the Kennedy assassination and the investigation of the investigation, I mean, people doing that kind of work in government in the 60s and 70s, well, a lot of those people stayed in government or in public service, and that was one step in what turned into a very impressive career in public service, right? A lot of these people ended up later on in their life with very impressive, very important jobs. The people who Trump just doxed include this list. I mean, this is from the Washington Post again. Quote, many whose social security numbers were exposed had become high-ranking officials in Washington. They include a former assistant secretary of state, former U.S. ambassador, researchers in the intelligence world, State Department workers, and prominent lawyers. The Post was first to report that this is what Trump did. The New York Times adds this tonight, quote, White House officials acknowledged today that it was only after the papers were made public that they began combing through them for exposed details. Only after they were made public. So Trump was bumbling around in the halls of the Kennedy Center, being a genius, when he blurted out Monday, apparently with no planning anywhere else in the government, when he just blurted out that the Kennedy assassination records will be released tomorrow. Because he said it, and that's how the government works now, they then released the documents the next day, Tuesday, and then, quote, on Wednesday, the day after that, that's when the White House ordered that the pages be combed for exposed social security numbers, which, of course, had all already been published by the hundreds. Now, after that ready, fire, aim routine, they're now trying to fix it. The White House has now, quote, directed the Social Security Administration to issue new Social Security numbers to the affected people in an extraordinary response to mitigate the potential harm of the disclosures. They will also be offered free credit monitoring. So yeah, good luck, ambassadors and assistant secretaries of state and high-end Washington lawyers, including some who worked for Trump. Good luck in your 70s and 80s. Now working with the hugely diminished and unbelievably chaotic Social Security Administration to restart in your 70s and 80s everything in your official and financial life with your brand new Social Security number that Donald Trump is having to issue you today as an old person, as if you were a brand new baby. And he has to do that because Donald Trump just published your full name, your birthday, your place of birth, and your unredacted Social Security number on a government website. Because what? Who's going to tell him no? Who's going to tell him that's not a good idea? And that actually is the most amazing part of all of this, because it does not actually appear to have been a mistake. It's not like they didn't see it coming, and so they were surprised when it happened. Look at this from the Times reporting tonight, quote, administration officials knew before the documents went out that releasing them without redactions would expose some personal information. They knew before the documents went out, but they did it anyway. Because he's the king. And what, you're going to tell him the genius brain fart he had about Kennedy while he was walking around the Kennedy Center is somehow not the world's greatest and well thought out idea? Who around him is going to be like, sir, Quote, President Trump delivered on his promise of maximum transparency. Yeah. Yes, he did. And the maximum transparency here is like if jeans came in clear and nobody had underwear anymore. Yes, it's maximum transparency. I'm not sure that's good. He definitely delivered. Yeah. And who were you or anyone else to question the inherent genius of every impulsive blurt of the 70-whatever-year-old God King who rules without restraint?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There he is. There he goes. That's him right there. Put the spotlight on number 76. Donald Duck Trump. Been the most prolific duck among men. He's been the first, and he damn made sure will be the last. Here's the trash bag human of the week, the weakest of the week. We got Donald J. Bucklin Trump. MD, what do you think about this trash bag human?
Yes, sir, man. Yeah, this one is a good one based on the relevancy of what we're talking about here. A nothing burger. Let's just clear that out right now. A nothing burger with the JFK. I was excited. I believe I said in the group chat when he announced it, I said, "Oh, I get something out of this. Let's see what the JFK file talking about." Nothing burger. But before that, the Epstein nothing burger. Still trying to see that. I don't know what the hell they put out. Today, the one that I was most excited for, Crossfire Hurricane. I guess they're going, I believe it came out today. I believe I've been trying to see what's going on with it. It's such a long thing that I guess it's going to take time. I'll look into it as soon as I can. If I had to guess, it's probably going to be another nothing burger. And the Crossfire Hurricane one is most important because it reveals all with the retribution tour with Donald Trump. Remember now, Crossfire Hurricane, Russia. He's supposed to be exposing a lot of people. What was the reason behind Crossfire Hurricane? He fired the FBI director, James Comey. That followed with the Mueller report. They say, why are you firing your FBI director? Just because he didn't do what you told him to do as far as the Hillary Clinton emails? Like, what's going on? But those, that Crossfire Hurricane investigation, it showed a lot. Steele dossier came out. Was part of the Steele dossier fake? Probably. But it showed a lot of stuff that coincided with the Steele dossier that the FBI already knew. Papadopoulos. I don't know Papadopoulos. Yeah, you did, because the FBI had critical information that Christopher Steele also had. How did he have it? So I want to see that. You mentioned earlier about the impeachment of the judge. That's Bollesberg. Who's Bollesberg? He's the one that was involved in Crossfire Hurricane. All of this is tied together, folks. All of this is tied together. They wanted to indict, I think her name was Paige, the FBI agent, for doing a whole bunch of stuff in the FBI during the Mueller report. And Bollesberg said, no, you can't do that. She's doing her job. So all this stuff is tied together. Donald Trump is trying to go on retribution to everybody that crossed him from the first term. That's a fact. RFK Jr. should be a damn shame of himself, because they're making a mockery of the legacy of his uncle and his dad. A mockery. Nothing that came in that report that we didn't already know. I believe they said 99% of the report was already declassified. And the only part that wasn't declassified is the Social Security numbers. Like, this is lunacy. This is lunacy, people. Lunacy. Why are we accepting this? Why? Like, I don't know what's going on.
Because he's Big Daddy Duck Trump. All he has to do is stick his chest out and white women go nuts.
Hell, I'm almost scared for him to say that they finna get ready to release the MLK files. Ain't no damn telling.
Boy, it's gonna be full of. You want to laugh? It's gonna be full of MLK texts to other women.
Probably.
Even though text didn't exist. But they're that dumb.
And say, look, you see what DEI get you? You know what I mean? So yeah, man. Like I said, all of this stuff that we mentioned about Trump are impeachable offenses, y'all. I want to get that through y'all skull. Impeachable. If Biden did a slither of anything that Trump has done it's only been 2 months, y'all. 2 months. And this man done did like 5-6 crimes already.
And guess what? It's gonna be 6 presidents from now that's gonna run on trying to posthumously arrest Trump or impeach him.
Yeah. Trump will probably be dead in the ground. We're filing charges on Donald Trump posthumously.
You can see it. You see the bullshit? You
can
see it.
You're right. You're right on that one. I can't even front. I can't even front. So they might put him in the dirt with the cuffs on.
Hell yeah. And he gonna be happy to go with him.
Yeah, we got him.
I should have said that. I should have said that was hard.
So you might be right on that one, Mike. But this lets you know the lunacy. And let me point something out, because I know we finna get ready to close it out. Listen, I'm not gonna allow this to be the last duck. I just can't let it happen. Me and Van Cat had a discussion earlier. I know he probably gonna say some words, and I'm gonna leave it till then. But believe you me, man, this can't be the last duck. We ain't going out like that. We just got to get in the brainstorm room and we gonna put something together.
And I'm gonna force Van Cat to at least come visit.
Yeah, most definitely. The show ain't the same without Van Cat. Like I said, we gonna figure it out.
We're also not gonna get angry Van Cat.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Van Cat discuss it, but yeah, this ain't it. This ain't it. This ain't it at all.
I'll keep mine short. Trump did it on purpose. He was trying to get that lawyer killed, and he did all them 100 people, however many hundreds of people, just to get rid of that one lawyer, because the lawyer heard something in the room somewhere. That's how my mystery book of Trump is gonna go. That's how the storyline's gonna go. So that's what it really is. Go ahead, Twin.
Yeah, very I can't with y'all. But yeah, it's this whole thing about him releasing the JFK files was just I was waiting for something specific, and shocking and revealing to come out. And when that came out, I was like, that's it. There's nothing else.
You should blame yourself. When has Trump ever done anything exciting, truthful? Or you should blame yourself. I expected nothing.
I was like, what the hell is this? Like this was like a lackluster build-up. Like, how you gonna climax everybody and then it's a big letdown after? Like, come on, dude. Like, do better. But it was just redactment and social security numbers being redacted and nothing that we haven't known before still being there. Like, give me something like a Martian kidnapped JFK in the last minute and the brains just blew, like something different. It was just the same old that we were like expected. It's like nothing new. And he's
saving that for when the sex tape drops.
But Stormy Daniels will beg to differ in terms of like the excitement. But
now when she gets her check.
But you know, ain't she has a whole family now, so I don't even know how that works. But I mean, it's one of those things where nothing surprised me anymore. I'm still waiting for the wow factor with this whole administration. Nothing is like changing and challenging the norm. It's the same old bull crap that they keep pulling the last time, like the Houdini out of the hat. We need something that's like, you know, quite, you know, over the top here. Because if this is what it is, Trump, it's just, this not it, man. Like, I was just like, maybe there's something new. Maybe Oswald did something. Maybe they shot from a different angle. Maybe it was the CIA. It was just like, you couldn't see anything in the file. It was just all stuff that was like, literally like over time, just it got erased. I question all of this. Is this a distraction to, you know, try to keep us away from certain things? I don't know. But Trump, this was not it. I'm sorry, sir. I mean, what's next? You're going to release the files of Area 51. Even that might be more interesting than what you're doing at this point. I need to know if there's aliens out there. I need to know if there's another universe, if the black holes are going to suck us in and spit us out through the white hole. I don't know. There's too many holes to like figure out. I need y'all to tell me, you know, something that's different. But I can't do it anymore, man. Like the build up and the letdown is just tiresome. But Trump, do better. And to say all this, I don't think this is the last of TFP. Van Cat, we can't do this without you. Your laugh when we give you like certain jokes, it lights up the entire the whole panel. So we can't let you go out like that, man. No. And Twin is gonna come visit. I'm gonna still be the immature dirty one. If Twin want to chime in, he can. Mr. Straight Talk will come in if he needs to. But we're not gonna end TFP. We're gonna rebrand it and do something different. And we'll leave all of y'all to come up with the brainstorming, and we'll just come in when we need to, and we'll figure it out. MD and Van Cat and Twin and Mr. Straight Talk. We'll figure something out.
All right. So there we go. Lame Duck, number 76, Donald Duck Trump. So we've come to the end of the show here. Just like my colleagues have said, I want to just say that I've come to the point where, you know, doing the show, it's really taking away a lot of my time and things that I'm trying to do and things that I need to do. So I'm at the point now where I may have to gracefully bow out. Speaking with MD today, he said some things that made some sense to me. But I just need to I just need to go for a second. So I'm not gonna completely say it's over, but like just for right now, it might be over for me. But you know, I'll talk with MD, Ricardo, Mike, everyone else, and see what can happen. But yeah, at this point, I don't know. Oh, what's that? We got an echo going on here.
You're not going nowhere.
What is that?
Trevor, that's you with the echo.
Trevor got a mad echo.
Yeah. Hello? Anybody can hear me?
I said,
I
you
hear
ain't
you
going
now.
nowhere.
Oh, okay.
You ain't going nowhere.
Oh, Lord. Okay. Let's let Trevor talk. Go ahead, Trevor.
Mute Trevor.
Mute me your ass, mute you.
You making an echo.
Yeah, because the YouTube was open in the back. So leave it to Venkat to try to compete with me on every level. But I do agree. I do agree with what he said in the message earlier. So I did just want to come on and say, job well done. As far as TFP politics, I don't know where it's going to go or what iteration we're going to get of it, but I do say job well done. But I will say this, there's no slight on anybody. Take it however you want to take it.
Slight.
You don't know what this is to do this. You don't know what this is to put the shows together. You don't know what this is to try to clip videos and to do this and do that. So I do applaud Venkat. I don't agree with 80% of what he says, but I do give him the creative license to do what he did. And for 70 episodes, he did it more than great. So I do applaud him for that and appreciate everything that he did. I appreciate all you guys. So whatever this is going to be, however it's going to be, I don't know, but I will say TFP politics was a ride. I don't know if you guys going to continue on the thought box. I don't know, but because after April, I'm getting rid of StreamYard completely, just because I'm not paying $50 for it. So I don't know. I really don't know what anything's going to look like going forward. Let's just say that, and it's ironic that Wrestling with Reality, the last show in theory will be episode 70. And I'm looking here at TFP Politics. The last show is episode 70. So it's kind of poetic, but it is. I know Venkat does a lot. It's different on Man Talk Monday because we do shorter videos. We let our chat dictate what we're going to do as far as the show, but he puts a lot of work into this, which is why I took over the bones of the wrestling show, because you're trying to do this and the wrestling show is not, you'll never have a minute for yourself. And I don't think people understand, to run shows like this, the amount of work that you have to put in it. So I do commend him. And he needs to take a break. I for the longest was suggesting off seasons and things like that, because you just can't go every week on this. You just can't do it. It'll burn you out. You can't have a family life. It will take everything out of you. So, like I said, I do commend him. When I say producer extraordinaire, I don't say that jokingly. I mean that. He did a fantastic job. Like I said, I don't agree with half the stuff he said. Even tonight, it was taking everything in me not to come up and bust his head on a lot of things, but I just was like, you know what, this is gonna be the finale, so I'll just chill right now. But yeah, I wanted to push the button so bad. But the guy does do a lot of work. Like I said, if you're not in this producer chair, you have no idea what this is. The editing of the video, and I think Venkat does all this from his phone, which is even worse. I use my computer. He uses his phone to make all these videos and stuff like that. It's hard. It's not easy. So like I said, man, I do appreciate everybody for doing what they're doing. I've always said, I've said it so many times on Man Talk Monday. You guys just thought that I was playing. I said, there's going to come a time where this is going to stop. And I need you guys to start building up your own channels and doing stuff like that, so this work could keep going. And I guess everybody just thought I was probably playing. The Venkat thing caught me off guard. That completely caught me off guard today. But I understand 1,000,000% what he's saying, because it's burned out. You're burned out. I'm completely burned out. Completely burned out doing this. And, but I do commend him nevertheless. I do commend them, and I hope you find some rest, man. Listen to Pause and Reflect in the morning. It's going to be talking about rest. So just I hope you find some rest, man, and get your family time in, because it's very important, very, very important. If I tell you the way we were betrayed today by some friends, like it's crazy, man. The older I get, the more I learn who your real partners are. But I got nothing but confidence that MD, if he really puts his mind to it and really finds the time, that's the problem, is finding the time that he'll continue this work, because the work can't stop. And if you ever need to argue, you ever want to argue, just shoot the bat signal in the air. I'll come through sometime. But that's all I had to say. Fantastic job, fellas. Yeah, I mean, we got Wrestling with Reality. I guess it would be the penultimate show, because that's the WrestleMania preview show, and then we'll do the WrestleMania review show the following week, and that'll be it. So I guess it's the end of an era, I guess. But I just was looking at some things. I'm not gonna keep paying StreamYard $50. Then I got to pay to stream the show over to Twitter. Then I got, it's too much. It's way too much. I'm going to use a new service, but it only allows you one administrator seat. So, so there you go with that. But again, fellas, fantastic job. Again, we don't always have to agree, man, but you guys did a hell of a job, and my hat's off to you, and I salute you with my ball ass head. See you down the road.
All right, thanks for that, Triple H. The echo. Hey, Trevor, mute out. Oh, okay, you just left. All right, so at this point in the show, we gonna do of course, final sign off. So let's start with start with Mike.
All right. As the ancillary member, I'd like to say it was an honor to be the comedy guy with your politically straightness. It was a lesson. There are things I used to write down every show. Now this show, I'm gonna have to write down that boat, because I don't remember none about that boat. All I remember about the Cuban immigration thing was the beginning of Scarface, when everybody was coming over and they were sending over their criminals and everything, and I was like, no. So like, I learned from you guys so much. Much love. I got a member of my team in here. I got the best Tuesday person, and I got a guy who I gave the best nickname so hard that Trevor tries to steal it and act like he made it up. I said it. I called you the producer extraordinaire. I said it. Yeah, I'm Rick. I'm half Rick James, half what's that guy who said, "Shut up, I created rock and roll."
Oh, you talking about
Little Richard.
Little bit, yeah.
I'm half Little Richard, half Rich. What's his name? Rick James. I started it, bitch. Anyway, I'm so stupid. And then another thing Trevor said that was horribly wrong, where he said he takes his hat off. No. I take my hats off because my girl got me these fire hats, and they're awesome. and yo, I'm gonna miss this because the only one that appreciates my comedy is Venkat. I might make MD laugh 2-3 times an episode, but he'll usually go, "Oh yeah, that was a good one. I see what you did there." He'll talk like that. Twin laugh at anything because he's just trying to get some adult conversation. So I can't really judge. Plus, he's my twin. He gonna laugh because he don't want me to look stupid. But Venkat, you are my audience, sir. If I could take just you, I would do a 5-minute set and put you right in the middle and know that at least I'm gonna make one person laugh their balls off. And then we're gonna go get you some new balls because we can't have them dragging on the ground. That'd be weird after that. See what I'm saying? No matter how juvenile, Venkat's gonna go there with me. I need him. But hey, nobody else knows how you and I get down behind closed doors. Pause. I just mean you are a stand-up human being, and you make other people better. You make me better. Neo song. Pause. You're the only person, you and Nene, but she's my birthday twin. The only people that ever made me want to be good at editing. The only ones, because I hate it with a passion. Everybody knows my story. It took me 5 minutes. No, it took me an hour to make a 5-second little blip, and then I was like, "Yeah, I'm done with this. This sucks." So you are a extreme talent. I hope if you ever find some ice cubes and cool your burnout off, that I'll be the first name you think of when you want to start something up, because you know I'm going to show up, even if I'm asleep, like I was today. I apologize again. Love the ball of you fellas. Y'all have a good one. I think I'm going to go call my girl because she's cute. And if you can't tell, that's her right there. And that's her right there. And that's her right there. And she right there too. My girl cute. Oh, look at my baby. Hey, look at my baby got the hammer. All right, I'm just playing. Y'all have a good one. Peace to the chat. Master Blaster, you know what it is. Welcome, D-Lock. On the last day, that sucks. Love the love, man. Y'all have a good one.
Appreciate you, Mike. All right. So I have Ricardo. Ricardo, final sign off, sir.
Yes, it has been a blast. I can't say enough about how great it is. The greatest political pattern on YouTube or in general. We have a blast coming on doing the show every week where we had the opportunity since it's in its inception. Hopefully, again, like I'm going to echo my sentiments with Mike here. Once extraordinaire Van get past the burnout, hopefully we'll be back, telling the people how we feel about our opinions about Trump and his goon squad. But this is not the end, Venkat. We understand, we get it, and hopefully we'll come back sometime in the future. I know it's a lot. Trust me, we know it's a lot to do the show. So we understand when you say you have to take time out and focus on and prioritize certain things, and we respect that. So all in all, great job. Thank you for being an extraordinary Van Cat that you are in producing TFP, and hopefully we'll see you in the future. And this is not the end. Like we said, we'll figure out some way to come back. If it even means, MD, you pass the baton to MD and he incorporate you somehow, we'll do it. Just let us know. And with that being said, peace out.
All right. Thanks, Ricardo. Appreciate you. And MD, final sign off, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, this ain't the end, man. I ain't going out like that. I just can't do it. I just got to put together a plan. I'm gonna get up with the all the co-hosts of TFP. We gonna come up with something. Give me like a month. Give me a month, and we'll figure something out. And I'll know where to go from there. As far as on this side, hey man, it's been a hell of a ride. I think I was able to bring forth some info or some insight. And it's therapeutic for me at the end of the day. Like I said, for the most part, when I'm working, like in my work hours, I live and breathe politics pretty much all day long. If I ain't on the phone, I'm ingesting some type of political content. That's what I like to do. Yeah, I do it. You know what I'm saying? I do it in my pastime as much as I can. But at the end of the day, everybody got life to live. That's just a fact. Usually when I get home on Friday, I unjack from the system, man, and I spend time with my family. Everybody need that. Everybody need it. I think you should do what you love. I love politics. I love the intricacies and the debate of it. I'm gonna continue to do it. Everybody just ain't got the time. I just need to come up with a plan. If I can come up with a plan to do it, like I said, it'll be a condensed version. It won't be like the 3-4 hour long show. Because me, I stop and I got to set up and everything. So I try to do shows around 8:30. If I can do that and I can do it consistently, we back. So like I said, I'll see y'all for now. Me, Van Cat, Ricardo, Mike, we'll figure something out and we'll be back. Mainly for the purposes of the duck. I think the duck can't die on Trump. It just can't do it. It can't do it. We need some comeuppance when it comes to the duck. And if it's gonna be Trump in the end, it's got to be a triumphant duck in Donald Trump, meaning down with the king. So until now, we'll see y'all. We'll figure it out. Give me a month, and I know something proof positive. So with that, I say peace.
All right. Thanks, MD. I'd like to thank everybody for supporting the channel. Thank everybody for supporting the show. I'd like to thank my co-hosts, Ricardo, MD, Mike. Thank Mr. Straight Talk, Nene, of course, Bones, Zay, everyone else attached to Straight Talk, Wayne, and Kev. It's been a great time here, but working the times that I work and putting this together, you will not believe the odd hours of the night that I'm putting together something to make this run. So, yeah, maybe I just need some time. I'll connect with MD and everyone else and see what goes. But for right now, I just need to find my smile. So, for everyone here at Straight Talk Society, I'm Venkat, signing off on TFP. Have a great evening, and we'll see you somewhere down the line. Peace.
Peace.
Peace and out.
She just said a terrible thing. You know what she said? Shout it out, because I don't want to. Okay, you're not allowed to say, and I never expect to hear that from you again. She said, I never expect to hear that from you again. She said he's. That's terrible. Terrible.